Hello there, friends. This is Spencer Michaud. Today we're going to be talking about the astrology of August 2026. Hope that you're having a wonderful afternoon out there under the smoky skies. At least it is where I am. We'll talk about a little bit with that today. We'll talk about maybe some of the grounds opening and the underworld sort of meeting us above ground, maybe with some of the Hades and Persephone myths today. Been doing a lot of research on that with Pluto's out of bounds structure. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today, but we're going to go through Leo season. We're going to go through the beginning of Virgo season. We're going to talk about eclipses. We've got eclipses that are happening in August. Some very, very, I guess, monumental is astrology would be a good way to describe some of these transits. We're going to still be living through this in our regular everyday lives, but I think there's some pretty important stuff coming down the bend here, coming around the bend for us to be able to work with, to be able to understand, and to be able to, I don't know, make good choices with this knowledge when we're faced with crossroads and decisions that could have long-ranging consequences, not only for us as individuals, but for us as a society. So buckle in. We're going to probably strap in for a couple hours today, 2 to 3 hours or so. And let me know if you're here in the chat. I always love seeing these comments and letting me know that you're here and listening, and appreciate you. So welcome, everyone. Of course, we're talking about the astrology of August 2026. A couple announcements before we roll through. You can find me over at spencermichaud.com. Have a number of offerings. If you click on the Book Now button, you can see all the different types of readings that I offer. I really love breaking down not only your planetary placements through the language of the decans and the tarot, fixed stars, etc., but I really love unpacking the mythological stories that are woven within those placements as well, because they can really lead us to understand the archetypal energy that we're living through and give us examples for how to undo some of the old belief systems that are still operating, maybe behind the scenes, maybe in our ananke, which translates to ignorance, or the way that the earth is being compelled to spin on its axis. There is a couple different types of fate that I like to talk about. Our hemermene, the fate that we are born into that is not as malleable, the fate that we create through our ignorance, through not even knowing any better, through the influence of the planets, just living our charts out in real time, like players on a stage, but without the script. But then we get to pronoia, where we're talking about the type of fate that we can create through our awareness of these things that are operating, and then be able to make some better choices, or to be able to go with the flow of our life rather than constantly exhausting ourselves swimming upstream. So those are a lot of the things we try to work through when we do sessions together. So I offer natal readings, I offer transit readings, I offer tutoring sessions, all sorts of things to help bring that pronoia into your life. So check out spencermichaud.com and the Book Now button. You can also visit the store, where I have pre-recorded webinars. I have a series on the decans, many of which I'll show you some slides here today from. I have a series on dignity and devotion, which is a series I did with my beautiful partner, Tanya Andrews of Third Coast Mojo, where we break down the 7 traditional planets and look at it through the lens of astrological magic and elections and things of that nature. Then I have a series where I talk about the relationship between astrology and tarot with stars and cards. So check that out at the store. Speaking of Third Coast Mojo, you can find Tanya over on Etsy at Third Coast Mojo, where she does planetary elections and combines that with conjure magic and makes some really beautiful artistic things that are very powerful and take on the best qualities of the planets and try to help you move forward with some of that knowledge to be able to maybe have some ability to nudge fate in the direction that you desire. Featured this month is new Midnight Money Soap, which is a beautiful election that helps bring prosperity into your life. It's gorgeous. It's got this beautiful biodegradable glitter. It's just an amazing piece, and she does great work with it. Check it out. That has sold out very quickly in the past before, so if you're interested in that, go over to Etsy, check it out. You can also figure out when we're going live next by subscribing to my newsletter. So I have a newsletter that goes out about once a week, and you'll also get an update when I'm going live. So you'll get one saying, hey, this is when we're going live, and then you'll get a little alert when I go live. It also will help keep you up to date with what's going on with Third Coast Mojo and new classes and offerings that I have. So stay in touch through the newsletter, and hopefully that will serve you well. You can also support the channel by purchasing a super chat while I'm live today on YouTube, or you can become a patron of the channel by going to buymeacoffee.com. All of your support is very helpful, and I appreciate all of you. So thank you for those of you who are able to contribute to help keep the lights on here. The least you can do at this point is just like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave me a comment here in the chat. Okay, announcements. We've gotten them. So today, friends, we are going to be diving in, and I have some big picture thoughts for you. So some of the big picture thoughts for the Astrology of August 2026. Big picture, I think, is pretty apropos for August. There are a lot of different chapters that are going to be ending and beginning. There is a point, a fork in the road for us socially, politically, personally, where we see pretty consequential events happening. And I don't want to overstate these things. I think that sometimes when we as astrologers, we can, when we're trying to describe a range of possibilities, we can show the most extreme range of things where it can be doom and gloom. We can sometimes undersell things where we are trying to maybe whitewash and spiritually bypass the importance of things. And we're trying to do none of those things. We're trying to find a very balanced perspective as to what could happen at the extreme end, what could happen at the very at the other end of that spectrum, and see if we can find a way in the middle to understand what we're going through and to deal with these changes through a place of calmness, centeredness, and effectiveness. We want to be effective in our world. So we are going through eclipse season. So eclipses are when the sun and the moon appear to kind of come together in the sky. And we have a new moon solar eclipse where the light of the sun is going to be blocked out by the light of the new moon, sort of like a power outage for the sun. Those were often associated with changes in power, changes in authority, changes in who the ruling powers were. And this one is especially associated with that because we have a new moon solar eclipse in Leo with the south node. So the south node was a point in the sky that represents a drain, things leaving the physical plane. So seeing a leader or leaders, plural, leaving this physical plane or leading or stepping down off of thrones of power is something that we're probably going to be getting at least the seeds planted for at this first eclipse that we see in mid-August. We have a full moon lunar eclipse where the power of the moon is being kind of shut off by the light of the sun, or colored by the light of the sun in an eclipse fashion. And this is an eclipse where we are seeing it moving through Pisces. And it is a north node eclipse, even though the north node is going to be in Aquarius. By the time we get to August, we have the nodes shifting from Virgo and Pisces, Virgo south node, Pisces north node, to Leo south node, Aquarius north node. So an increase of our ability to step down, to know when to quit, to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, to know when we're fighting a no-win battle and when to walk away. And this eclipse in Pisces could be increasing our desires to walk away from something, to leave maybe something that we've built and go off in search of higher purpose and higher meaning. You can think about this in terms of the collective too. Maybe we have started building these structures through capitalism, through desire for profit. And when those structures are no longer serving the people, I don't know if they ever really did on some level, but when those structures start to become very corrupt and start to crumble, we are often go off in search of a higher purpose, a higher meaning, something where it's not just about getting our immediate financial needs met, where we're thinking about holistically, or needing to think holistically about how our actions affect others and how our actions affect us into the future. So these are things that we're going to be dealing with in August, and all of the space in between that. So eclipse season is the ending oftentimes of one chapter of our lives and the beginning of another. We also have in August both Mars and Pluto going out of bounds. We'll talk a lot about the Pluto out of bounds in particular this month because I've been doing some research with this beautiful book, Persephone's Revolution, Pluto's Path to the End of Empire by Rosie Finn. Really brilliant stuff, and actually very hopeful. I know that there's been a lot of things going on in the collective right now that is getting people angry, that's getting people scared. All of those feelings and emotions are completely valid. People are kind of fed up with things, that we're not getting our basic needs met. We're seeing our environments being degraded. We're seeing the wealth gap expanding and wealth inequality expanding. We're seeing people consolidate power. We're seeing the rise of surveillance states and data centers that are threatening our water and our land and our sanity and our freedom and our autonomy. We have people that are in my state of Michigan, under the cloud of forest fire smoke that is climate change initiated, but it's basically a fossil fuel fire all around us and smoke from that. Our governor has greenlit like a pipeline to move more oil underneath the Great Lakes, despite warnings from both tribal elders and from scientists that this would be extremely dangerous and that there would be potential for massive oil spills, of which there have already been. So we have a lot of these things happening where we're seeing our systems start to collapse, and we're trying to figure out what's next. And with the out of bounds experience, I don't know where that went here. Let's get there. Let's get this on here so I can just put it up there. There we go. With the out of bounds Pluto cycle, there's actually some really helpful and hopeful things coming through that. Yes, we are coming into a point where reform and revolution and things like that are necessary. But this might be the reform to end, not all reforms, but it might be the big one before we have a period of peace and maybe even prosperity and, I don't know, experiencing our lives on this planet in a way that isn't this cycle of increase of power and oppression. And Rosie Finn talks about that, and I will talk about that in the declinations, or the the descriptions ahead. But I'll wait for that. I'll reveal that in a second. But there's some really hopeful information that I will break down for you. Mars out of bounds. Out of bounds planets are where the planet is moving outside the normal declination path of the sun, and it can lead to extremes with that planet. So Mars out of bounds could lead to extremes around martial things, severing and separating. We might see some things that are removed from our lives that we would normally not be able to do if Mars was just acting quote unquote normally. We could have some expressions of violence that happen in the collective that are a little bit more extreme than normal with Mars out of bounds, but we'll have to navigate that with grace. Hellenistic void of course moons in August as well. 2 of them. So this is a point where the moon is not making an aspect for 30 degrees after it makes one aspect to a traditional planet, and then doesn't make another aspect for another 30 degrees, and it can cross sign boundaries. And this is more rare than the modern interpretation of void of course moon, which often happens once every few days, during a month. This happens a couple times, maybe once every few months, maybe once every 3 to 6 months from my observations. And oftentimes it means that something isn't really going to be, there's something that is not clicking. You know what I'm saying? There's something that is not able to manifest. And it's a period where we're sort of in limbo, in a liminal state. And this is happening right after one of our eclipses. Actually, it's happening around both eclipses. So when we have this eclipse energy, the big chapter markers, we may feel a little bit disorientated for a little while. And when we understand when the Hellenistic void of course moon begins and ends, we can plan for that so that the potentially new revelation doesn't completely destabilize us for a period of time where we're frantically trying to do things that don't necessarily even have a chance of taking root. So when we know that, it'll give us the timing to be able to say, you know what, this is a liminal space to just feel into this. to maybe bide our time and wait until the moon has a course again, I guess you could say, and is able to bring some of the changes into our lives. Jupiter emerges from the beams during this month. So a whole new Jupiter cycle is going to be emerging. We have a Jupiter cazimi that is happening at the end of July, and Jupiter will then emerge from the beam. So whatever download we get when Jupiter goes cazimi at the end of this month, current month in July, we might be able to see the results of that moving forward. Mercury will also cazimi at a very powerful place in the zodiac, in Virgo, its exaltation and its domicile. So a really powerful new start for Mercury again as well, after we've had some challenging Mercury stuff with this Mercury retrograde that we're still in the middle of. We have some powerful lunations that we'll talk about, but those are sort of the big picture thoughts. Eclipse season, Mars and Pluto out of bounds, Hellenistic void of course moons, Jupiter emerging from under the beams, and Mercury cazimi. If we zoom in a little bit more, okay, we'll talk about these lunations. We've got a number of quarter and new moons. Of course, these new moons and full moons are going to be eclipses. We have a last quarter moon at 13 degrees of Taurus on August the 5th. So this is a square between the Leo sun and the Taurus moon, and it's a last quarter moon, so we're trying to potentially decrease some of the energy of the moon, maybe decreasing our attachment to routines and our attachment and stubbornness when it comes to the way that we do something each day, so that we can achieve the goal of the sun, which is greater authenticity. So we might have to change our daily habits and routines and our attachment to consistency. We might have to bust out of that at that last quarter moon. We have a new moon solar eclipse at 20 degrees of Leo on August the 12th. Okay, that's a big one. It's a south node eclipse, a K2 eclipse, where it's a new moon, which talks about the beginning of something, but it's a new moon K2 eclipse, which talks about something draining away or an ending or processing. So if you think about it in that regard, it is the beginning of a draining or an ending process. So we're going to see the seeds planted for the dismantling or coming down off of power structures and thrones of power, I guess you could say. We're going to see the beginning of learning that we can't fight every battle, that we can't continue fighting on the same way that we've been fighting on. And this is going to be an initiation of that, maybe releasing of pride, maybe that releasing of self-involvement or self-centeredness, and the beginning of an increasing awareness of how our actions are interwoven with other people, like how our actions in one city affect someone on the other side of the world, how one kindness can multiply and have reverberations, you know? So these are things that we're going to start to understand at the new moon solar eclipse. It might be an initiation for a power outage, like we were saying, for some form of leadership. This is an important one for Donald Trump, who is a Leo ascendant. So maybe we can even take a look at his chart potentially and the connection with that, because there are quite a few. We have a first quarter moon of that lunation cycle on the 19th of August, which is 27 degrees of Scorpio. So the last quarter moon at the beginning of the month had an exalted moon, but this is a fallen moon. So this is one where we are increasing, or there is a potential for us to increase the qualities of the moon. And in this case, the qualities of that decan of the moon, 27 degrees, the third decan of Scorpio, we may be increasing some of our desires. Yeah, this is really, I'm just kind of getting in. The story is starting to formulate in my head. You have some kind of event at the new moon solar eclipse that is initiating and giving and bringing awareness of the need for a change in leadership or a change in the way that we defend our authenticity or defend our individual desires or subjective desires. When we get to the first quarter moon, that decan of Scorpio is sort of about glamorizing something that has lost its vitality, and maybe even doing more and more horrific debauchery is the name of that decan, in the name of keeping that old form alive. There's a lot of vampiric qualities in that decan, where we're doing more and more horrific things to keep something that has already died, that isn't bringing us vitality, and we're glamorizing it. We're trying to keep it alive through necromancy or something like that. So this is something where those types of energies are on the rise or on the increase at that first quarter moon. And that's something to stay aware of in our own lives too, not just from seeing that in the collective. How do we work through that in our own lives when there is a need to step away or step down from some position that we had, even if it's stepping away from a belief system? This is speaking in the way that if we go in with ignorance, if we go in with a non-K, we could be glamorizing that old belief, glamorizing that old form, that old job, that old belief system, that old relationship, that old whatever that needs to change. And we have to be careful of that. And when we understand what the moon is doing at that first quarter, we can try to strip down the illusions that we have around what is changing in our lives. The full moon lunar eclipse is on August the 28th, the full moon of that cycle at 4 degrees of Pisces. That first decan of Pisces is associated with the 8 of Cups, where we see someone walking away from 8 Cups, walking away from material success and going off into the wilderness, off into the swamp, off into the labyrinth of their own mind, of their own experience, maybe going on an internal journey or going on an Odyssean journey. We have the movie Odysseus has been released recently, or is about to be released if it hasn't been yet. And Odysseus was trying to find his way home. He had gone to battle, he'd gone to war. We have had battles in our lives that we've been fighting for many months, many years, etc. And we might be feeling that siren's call back to our most authentic self. Some of the things that we've been having to face as a community maybe have cast us into roles that weren't appropriate for us. Maybe out of necessity, out of survival instincts, we took on the mantle of responsibility or a role that just put us on the front lines of something that we didn't even necessarily believe in. And this might be the siren call to start finding our way back to center, finding our way back home, finding our way back to a journey to the most innermost authentic self. And it is really close to the North Node in Aquarius 3. So again, knowing when to step down, knowing when to quit, knowing when to say, I've had enough here. I'm going to revisit this temporarily and gather all the information and gather all the wisdom I can, but then I have to move on. Right? So this is an increase of that energy at the full moon lunar eclipse. Okay. Devin's here. What's up, Devin? Says, what's up, Spencer? Excited about Dragon 126. This eclipse is related to Andrew Jackson's election in 1828. Devin, I just wanted to give you a heads up, but I've been reading Persephone's Revolution. I've been skimming through this book as much as I can. I've been skipping around from a few different books, but I really tried to get the essence of this book in the last week or so. And it's actually remarkably hopeful. And I think you were trying to tell me that, but I didn't really understand the turnaround with it, and just some good news that's coming out of that I'm excited for. We definitely have a long way to go, but the fact that we might not see Pluto go out of bounds for another 3,000 years after this next decade-long cycle is actually kind of exciting, and I'll talk more about that as we move on. Okay, so those are our lunations. Ingresses of planets into new signs. In August, Venus will be moving out of her fall in Virgo and into her domicile of Libra on the 6th of August. So an improvement in dignity for Venus in the very beginning of the month. Mercury will move into Leo on the 9th of August. So out of Cancer, away from that Cancer retrograde cycle and all that energy, and kind of starting to establish new ground in Leo. We have Mars taking a little bit of a tumble in dignity on the 11th of August. So Mars is going to be going out of bounds at the beginning of the month and then going into its fall in Cancer. So a difficult martial month, I will say. Mars in its fall can be a little bit more unpredictable. It can be a little bit more inconsistent with our own energy, but with violence that erupts sometimes, like inconsistently. So we'll break that down when we get to that. But Mars moving into Cancer on the 11th, right before the eclipse. We have the Sun moving out of its domicile of Leo and into Virgo on the 22nd of August. So we'll break that down. And then on the 25th of August, Mercury, having going pretty fast through Leo because it's in its direct phase, getting closer to its Cazimi moment, will move into Virgo on the 25th in its exaltation and its own domicile. So Mercury is going to be in really good shape by the end of the month. Venus will be in pretty good shape for most of the month, although it will enter into its retrograde shadow, and we'll talk about that. But Mars might have some difficulty. So Martial things might not be as supported as we would like, but Venusian things, Mercurial things, even solar things for a good portion of the month could be something that we lean into. Solar phases for the month of August. These are relationships of planets to the Sun, whether they are stationing direct or retrograde, whether they're going into the heart of the Sun or Cazimi, whether they're emerging as a morning star and becoming visible or invisible. All of those things have symbolic meaning for us as astrologers. The 3rd of August, Chiron, our little asteroid, is going to be stationing retrograde at 0 degrees of Taurus. We don't talk a ton about the asteroids here on the channel, but I thought that one was a little bit interesting because Chiron is associated with a wound that is difficult to heal, and we might be examining our relationship with fear of scarcity around this period of time in Taurus 1 and how we plan to create foundations in our life so that could be up for review at the beginning of the month. On the 6th of August, Mercury will exit its retrograde shadow at 26 degrees of Cancer. So that's when we're breaking new ground after the retrograde cycle of Cancer, when we've asked a lot of questions about scarcity versus surplus. We start moving forward, maybe with hopefully a new understanding of what it means to be generous and to share our gifts with others. Mercury will move then under the beams of the Sun at 6 degrees of Leo, the same degree as the Jupiter Cazimi on July 29th on August the 13th. So August the 13th, Mercury moves under the beams of the Sun at 6 degrees of Leo, which is the same degree as the Jupiter Cazimi that we have on the 29th of this current month that we're in. That is always really fascinating to me when planets make important phasis moments or omen moments that are speaking at similar degrees. It's like a continuation of that story. So we're asking questions about the insights that arrived with Jupiter Cazimi in the heart of the Sun, with Mercury going under the beams at the same degree. So maybe this is a way where we get a realization at the Jupiter Cazimi at end of July, and then we start asking questions, which Mercury loves to do, about how do we implement this? How do we actually move forward with the realizations that we came to, especially around how we show up in the world, our visibility versus how we blend into communities? Those are a lot of the questions that are going to be coming up at the Jupiter Cazimi. We might have new ideas about how we deal with the pressure of the spotlight, the heat of the spotlight, and what it reveals about some of the corruption within communities that we see as well, with Pluto opposite that Jupiter Cazimi in Aquarius at the end of July as well. On the 18th of August, Jupiter will emerge as the morning star. So this is Jupiter at 10 degrees of Leo, emerging from under the beams of the Sun. So we had a Jupiter Cazimi at the end of July, and then Jupiter becomes visible again. Jupiter is in the heart of the Sun, like getting a download of information from the Sun. And then it will bring that to the light of day on the 18th. So if there's been something in your life, especially related to not only the Leo topic in your life, but the Sagittarius and the Pisces area of your life, which is what Jupiter hosts, you might be starting to see results in those topics in your natal chart or in your life or in your experience around the 18th of August. This might be a new ability to be more an authentic version of yourself. There are a lot of folks that I've been witnessing around the collective recently have been having a lot of struggles with with visibility, with trying to be the most authentic version of themselves, with feeling pressure from the collective or running into some negativity through visibility. And this could be a moment where we're coming more into alignment with what is truly our authentic self. Not where we need to prove anything to anybody, but where we're just really the conformity between what we really feel and who we really are on the inside matches a little bit better the external expression that we're crafting or that we're connecting between those two. So it could be a really powerful moment for feeling a little bit more like yourself and being allowed to be a little bit more of yourself publicly. On the 27th of August, we have a powerful Mercury cazimi at 4 degrees of Virgo. So a really powerful moment for understanding new directions for learning new skills. This is a great time to sign up for a class. It'll be a great time to understand and ask questions about what information you have and what resources you have and what you actually still need to learn. There's a lot of apprenticeship type of energy in that decan. So maybe starting a new learning cycle with somebody or with a group or a class could be important around that period of time. And just understanding what you need to move forward to become the most skilled version of yourself. On the 31st of August, Venus, will enter its retrograde shadow at 22 degrees of Libra. So this is preparing us for the Venus retrograde cycle that we're going to be seeing when Venus moves into Scorpio. This is the degree that Venus will retrograde all the way back to throughout the fall. Okay. So this is something where we're going to start asking some questions about how we create balance in our lives, how we maintenance all of the different responsibilities that we have that pull us in a lot of different directions. And I think one of the most important questions around this 10 degree section of Libra is how do we maintain our own center while there is chaos around us? And how do we bring calm and peace to external situations rather than expecting other external situations or people to bring us peace or to conform to us? We have to bring that through our own work, through centering, through being able to calm the internal waters first, and then we bring that to our communities. This is something that Venus is going to be helping us to understand throughout the next few months. Okay. Out of bounds planets, enclosures, and void of course moons. These are kind of special little, I guess, movements that I take a lot of time on these broadcasts to figure out when I'm doing my notes, especially like when is something going to go into enclosure. I know people have sent me a link to AstroSeek that is supposed to show you when things are in enclosure, but I actually haven't found that site works very well for this, so I have to do all of this by hand by going through all of this. But it's worth it, though, because I think it really helps us to understand some important things. So out of bounds planets, again, these are when planets are moving outside the normal celestial equator declination path of the sun. Imagine that there's a line that is projected out from our equator into space, and we could see it in our night sky if you're in the northern hemisphere looking south, okay? And because of the tilt of the Earth, there is this like projection of this like loop that goes across the sky, and the planets usually stay pretty close to it. The sun follows that path over the course of the year, okay? So we see the sun rising very high in the sky in its relationship to that celestial equator in the summer, which is the solstice, the summer solstice, and it rises very low in relationship to that celestial equator in the winter, which is the winter solstice. Well, sometimes, and some planets, not every planet, but some planets will move outside of that normal path that the sun takes over the course of an entire year. When that happens, that's called out of bounds. And we have some really important planets going out of bounds this month. We have Mars going out of bounds from August the 2nd to August the 28th, from 24 degrees of Gemini to 11 degrees of Cancer. So oftentimes when a planet like Mars is out of bounds, we see extremes that start to happen in relationship to what the planet represents. If Mercury is out of bounds, for example, we might have extreme ideas that could lead to breakthroughs. We might be seeing extreme communications. When Venus is out of bounds, we might have extreme Venusian influences that lead to great works of art. I was reading about Venus out of bounds in relationship to Van Gogh, where Van Gogh was institutionalized when Venus was out of bounds, but created Starry, Starry Night while he was locked away in the institution. So this is an interesting time to see what a planet might do when it's going to extremes. When Mars is out of bounds, we have extremes of Martial types of things. Now, the range of possibilities for Martial things is pretty wide. It is a malefic planet. It is a planet that sometimes will bring us misfortune that we didn't always necessarily earn. It is a planet of 2K, which is chance. It's also a planet associated with war and with violence. It's associated with severing and separating. Now, why do we have a Mars in our life? Sometimes we have excesses and we need to remove some things and return them back to the earth and let them be the fodder for the next cycle. So we may be able, if we look at this from maybe a more positive perspective, we may be dealing with excessive violence. We may be dealing with excessive desires to sever and separate from an old persona, from an old job, from an old something. Like, remember that the planets are influencing us. We may not be, or they're representation of some kind of celestial influence, right? And we study astrology so that those influences don't overpower us. Sometimes we can't help it. Sometimes we're just instruments of the divine. But when we start to understand, oh, Mars is out of bounds right now, I'm getting into a conflict with somebody, how do I lower the volume? How do I lower the temperature on my anger? How do I give Mars a job? Maybe I need to sever and separate from this situation and go my own way rather than continuing to engage in conflict that could have disastrous consequences for everyone involved. So that's going to be really important. And this is, while Mars is out of bounds, it's going to be going into its fall. It's going to be going into Cancer. There's going to be the arena for this is both Gemini, our communications, our technology. Fights are going to be waged over technology, communications, where we can't hold more dualities anymore. That we can't really say both of these things are true. And it's going to be moving into the arena of personal relationships, sensitivity, feelings, the domestic realm. So this is not a great month to have arguments with your family members. They could easily spiral out of control. I've been looking into I ordered a book, and surprise, on nonviolent communication. The classic, I'm trying to remember the author, but it's the classic book on nonviolent communication. It's something I'm trying to work on myself too. Like I do my best on the channel to communicate in that way, but sometimes in my personal life, I know that I can be stubborn. I know that I can even communicate in demands versus requests, which is sort of a violent way of communicating sometimes. And as a Leo ascendant who is about to also go through the South Node, going through my first house, learning ways to communicate that can create win-win situations, I think can be beneficial. And this is going to help us as a collective if we start learning these things. How do we communicate with one another that can create win-win situations? How can we be solution-orientated rather than continuing to perpetuate conflicts out into infinity? At some point, it has to come through our own personal actions, from putting down our swords, knowing when to retreat, and living to fight another day, I guess you could say. And maybe to fight another day means to find equitable solutions between one another. So Mars out of bounds is really going to be testing those skills. So I would recommend, before that happens, starting in on these types of skills so that you're not trying to learn them in the middle of a heated martial influence. Let's say that you already have Mars out of bounds and in Cancer, and it's already pushing all of the buttons that you have. It's better, this is why we do these things in advance, to understand that that's coming and to start creating the coping mechanisms or the alternative solutions in advance, so that when you see it, you're like, oh, I've been practicing this. I've been practicing this. Here's my opportunity. Okay, so that's Mars out of bounds. Let me see here. Let's see. Devin says, oh my gosh, Natalia is here. Says, tuning in from, believe it or not, Jerusalem, Israel. Oh my gosh, Natalia. Well, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. And I hope that you're safe where you're at, and that know that, speaking of Mars out of bounds, you're kind of in the epicenter of a lot of that martial energy right now. So I hope that you're able to stay safe and be an agent for peace in that environment. So thanks for coming here today. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's always fascinating to see people stepping in from around the world. Natalia says, still standing, blessed by every God out there. Yeah. Devin says, disagreements explore the edges and boundaries of our agreements, right? I agree. Selene, Devin says, my current favorite book to recommend is Near Enemies of the Truth. Okay, I'll check that out. One of the topics in that book is how we communicate through conflict. I mean, conflict is necessary sometimes. My desire to learn nonviolent communication hopefully is not a spiritual bypassing of necessary conflict. But I do think that a conflict, quote unquote, does not have to devolve into destruction. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I think that there are ways to have discussions that help resolve conflicts in ways that can mitigate some of the more destructive parts of the conflict. So I'm not naive enough to think that we can avoid conflicts altogether. But how do we act when we're faced with one? What is in alignment with our integrity? What kind of choices do we make when we're faced with a conflict? Those are all skills that we can learn. Natalia says, thank you. We're definitely better off than the folks in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran. Oh man, it's just, yeah, that's intense. And Natalia, I'm glad that you're here today, because a lot of the cycle of conflict, of violence, of the rise of authoritative, exploitative, oppressive power, and the reform and revolution that comes after that, we are going to discuss a little bit of that today with Persephone's revolution. And I do think that there is some hope coming shortly, and doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight. We have another decade of making, I think, the reforms. But spoiler alert, after this Pluto out of bounds period, Rosie Finn has said that there's a 3,000 year period where Pluto does not go out of bounds. The cycle of exploitative power and reform, we're not going to see another cycle like that for another 3,000 years. And we've been going through that cycle of the rise of an authoritarian dictator type energy and oppression, and the reform that comes after that. We've been seeing that cycle for the last 4,000 years. So when someone says there's a possibility that we've got one more reform and revolution in us before 3,000 years of relative peace, my ears get perked up a little bit, and that's pretty exciting. Doesn't mean it'll be easy, doesn't mean it'll be completely peaceful, but there's some pretty interesting stuff coming out of that. Devin says, oh yeah, the solar eclipse is on Pluto's south node, right? So big epochal changes potentially, or the beginning of them. Okay, so we were finishing up out of bounds and planets and enclosures. On the 6th of August, the sun will be in malefic enclosure. Okay, so a malefic enclosure is when a planet is hemmed in by the two malefic planets, Mars and Saturn. Okay, we have this condition with the sun from 14 degrees of Leo to 19 degrees of Leo from August the 6th to August the 11th, right before the eclipse. So we have this period of the sun representing leadership, representing kings, representing despots sometimes, that are it's going to be in a place of being backed against the wall, or backed into a corner potentially, and then the eclipse happens. So really fascinating to see how this is going to unfold. It begins with the sun trining Saturn retrograde, and it ends when Mars moves into Cancer. The moon will be out of bounds from August 6th to the 11th as well, so emotions will be high around that period of time while the sun's in malefic enclosure. It's the same dates. Then we have our Pluto out of bounds period from August 11th to December the 10th of this year. Now, this is not the only time that Pluto is going to go out of bounds. It's going to go in and out of bounds. It started in late 2025, and it's going to be going in and out of its southern extreme declination, which is associated with revolutions and reform and the return of power to the people, which is interesting, for the next 10 years until about 2035 or so. Okay. So this is a long process of change, but it is one where the power is returning to the collective and dissolving the power of despotic leadership. And that to me is really exciting. There are different choices that we can make within it. Rosie Finn outlines many different ones through the story of Persephone. We'll talk about that story of Persephone. Think about the Pluto going out of bounds at the northern declination as Persephone being abducted by Hades into the underworld by some kind of tyrannical leader. When Pluto is out of bounds in the southern declination, that's sort of like Persephone rising to her own power, to returning to her own throne in the underworld, and maybe even finding forgiveness and peace on this physical plane. Maybe it could also represent returning to the earth after being gone and spending time with Demeter, where Demeter starts to create abundance once again. We'll talk about Demeter a little bit too, because as the mother of Persephone, she has some roles within nonviolent resistance and protest. She's the ultimate avatar for nonviolent resistance. When her daughter was abducted into the underworld, she just refused to allow things to grow on the face of the earth. This is part of the explanation for the seasons comes through that myth and that story. So we'll dive into that, but I'm telling, my brain's kind of on fire from reading this in the last couple of days. Like, just there's some really like important aha moments that came through that. So I'm really excited to share that. We have so the Pluto out of bounds period from August 11th to December the 10th of this year will traverse the degrees where Pluto is retrograde at 3 degrees of Aquarius, and then subsequently stations direct at 3 degrees of Aquarius. So it's going to be sitting around that 3-degree mark for pretty much the entire time. Okay. And then, it'll start moving forward again after the out of bounds period. We have our void of course moon, our first Hellenistic void of course moon, on August the 13th through the 15th. So here's how the timing is sort of unfolding in August. We will have sort of the malefic enclosure of the sun before the eclipse. Then we have the eclipse itself. And then we have a void of course moon afterwards. So we might feel a little bit stuck, but solar-wise before the eclipse. Then we've got the moment of change, or the seed being planted. And then we have this kind of instability for a couple days afterward, for like 2 days afterwards, after each eclipse. So once you get the information that is revealed at each eclipse, you might have a couple days where you kind of have to let it simmer. You have to let it process before taking action. And that might be hard for us, but if we understand the void of course moon, we know that that's a time for reflection, for being in the liminal space, for understanding that we're not supposed to necessarily take action right away afterwards because it might be too soon. We have to process what has been revealed. And I think that's good advice anyway. It's kind of the universe saying, all right, this is an important chapter marker. Now let's kind of meditate into the next stage, the next action, the next phase of this. So the 13th through the 15th, the first Hellenistic void of course moon. Then we have the moon going out of bounds from the 19th to the 25th. And then finally, after our second eclipse on the 28th, we have another Hellenistic void of course moon from August 28th through August 30th. So again, a repetition of that void of course moon after an eclipse. Candy Corn Corinne says, hi, Spencer, chilling in Vermont. Nice to see you, Candy Corn. Hope everything's going well your way, my friend. Natalia says, thank you, Spencer. I fell on 2 ads in a row. Had to scroll back. This Pluto transit is almost conjunct my sun in Aquarius 8. Oh my gosh, that is really close. So you got a lot going on, Natalia. So again, stay safe, friend. I hope that you've got good support systems around you and all of these things. And yeah, I'm just glad that you're joining us. It's really nice to hear people who are in these spaces that we hear about sometimes, but we don't always have a direct line of communication with what is happening, like kind of on the ground level. And it's really fascinating and interesting, and just an honor to kind of be connecting in that regard and to hear some of the stories of what's going on in real time too. So thank you for being here, friend. Okay, so those are our out of bounds enclosures, void of course moons, and let's move forward. Candy Corn says, happy belated birthday. Thank you, Corinne. Appreciate you. I had my birthday last week. 46 now. My goodness, how time flies. I'm in a Mercury perfection now, and I'm feeling Hermes kind of inspiring a desire for new learning experiences. I've been reading a lot lately. I've been communicating a lot. There's been changes happening. I'm kind of embracing it. And I'm wearing some of Tanya's Mercury and Gemini oil that is going to be available soon at Third Coast Mojo, and it just feels good. I'm enjoying the process. Thank you, Kate. Appreciate you as well. Okay. So let's start looking at the sun in Leo. Before I do me a huge favor, friends. Please like the video today. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Take a little stretch, because we're going to be doing this in little phases. There's our introduction. We did our big picture thoughts. We did our medium range view. Okay. And what we're going to do next is we're going to talk a little bit about the sun in the specific decans and as a spotlight of what we might be experiencing in the collective. And then we're going to take you through the major transits through each decanic period. And we're going to start with Leo 2. Kate says that Leo rising showing up for sure and telling lies. Do I appear younger? Who is telling lies? Me or somebody else? I hope I'm not telling lies. I'm trying to tell the truth. I appear younger. Okay, maybe I'm telling lies. Maybe my face card is telling lies. Now, I'll tell you what, friends. There are a couple ways to stay young. I think that alleviating stress in your life can keep you young. I think knowing when to move away and stop perpetuating conflicts can keep you young. I think connecting with the earth. I do a lot of walking. I do a lot of gardening. All of those things are understandable luxuries that I am able to enjoy. But I think it's important to try to have a connection with the earth. I try to eat pretty healthy. I only drink water. I don't drink any other beverage besides water. I drink a lot of it. That's not true. I drink matcha tea. I have a glass of matcha tea every morning. I have a bowl of quinoa with some nutritional yeast in it for breakfast. Lately, I've been eating a can of mackerel with some kimchi for lunch, and then whatever my beautiful partner makes for dinner, which is usually somewhat healthier lately, even with like chicken and rice or like fish and rice or something like that, because I can't digest fried foods and other stuff. So that's most of it. And staying curious, trying to have fun every once in a while, right? I think those are the things that keep you young. Getting enough sleep. I recently bought some earplugs that eliminate background noise from the Loop company. They're called Loop Dream, and they've been helping me sleep a lot better. Yeah, those are the things that I could recommend. I mean, I hope that I can continue to have a youthful spirit. Natalia says, Jerusalem is not a war zone, really, and this is my chance to say how much I enjoy your channel. Not that I watch everything, but trying to whenever I can. Oh, thanks, friend. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that it is not a place that you're in immediate danger, potentially. And I really do appreciate you stepping in and letting me know that you're here. At any time, any of you in the audience stops in and lets me know that you're here and lets me know that this work has had an effect on your life or has helped you, it really helps. It really does. It really makes me feel good. And it motivates me. So thank you for stopping in and letting me know that you're here, and appreciate you. Kate says, face card. Yes. That's right. Complicate says, and some good genes. Heard that keeps you young too. Levi's, they say. So, sometimes. Genetic inheritance is important, but I'm a big believer in epigenetics as well, which is the turning on or off of some of our genetic inheritances by some of the choices that we make. So yes, we have genetic baselines, but I think that we can turn on or off some of those things based on stress, based on our dietary choices, based on our environments that we find ourselves in. So I do think that we have some agency with that, but yes, it is a combination of all those things. Okay. All right, so thank you, friends. Let's start talking about Leo 2. I was just reflecting on having a Leo ascendant. I have a progressed sun in Leo for like 6 more months. And then it progresses into Virgo. So we'll see. Maybe that's when I start feeling or showing my age a little bit or something of that nature, but it's going to happen to the best of us. So Sun in Leo 2. Let's talk a little bit about Leo before we dive into all of these transits. All right. We do have 2 days of Leo 1 at the beginning of the month, but there are no major non-lunar transits that are happening in that. So I kind of skipped over, but just Leo 1, we're going to be seeing that throughout the end of July and into the very first couple days of August. That's where we might be feeling the pressure to perform. That is a Saturn-ruled decan in a solar-ruled sign. So, Susie Chang calls it the pressure cooker, right? We're going to have our Jupiter Cazimi in Leo 1. We're going to have an opposition to Pluto with the full moon in Leo 1 and Aquarius 1. So there will be some challenges through the end of July that we're still processing in the beginning of August through how do we show up? How do we become visible? What do we do when that visibility becomes painful or becomes too much and we need to start retreating? How do we utilize our spotlight in service of our most authentic expression? Maybe sometimes we might be experiencing some challenges because the way that we showed up in public was not authentic. And maybe there's been some repercussions for that. All of those things are possibilities with the Sun and Jupiter moving through Leo 1. But when we get to Leo 2, this is the victory card. This is the Lord of Victory, the Six of Wands, where you see someone who is riding victorious back to their community after a battle or after some kind of journey, and they have the crown of laurels. What they're actually doing in this card, which I've learned from studying some books about Pamela Coleman Smith and others, is returning back from a battle to make a sacrifice at the temple of Zeus or Jupiter. And Jupiter is the ruler of this decan. So the Sun in Leo 2 could be the victory of authenticity, the victory of, understanding who you are by putting on different masks in Leo 1, different roles, responding to pressure to perform, and then having the victory of the unification between your internal expression and your external, how you show up with that expression, right? Your internal feelings and your external expression. And this decan tests us when we are experiencing success. I think with Jupiter ruling this decan, we can, if we feel a little bit high on our horse here, this decan can easily make us arrogant. It can show us people's characters when they're experiencing success. Are you generous with your success? Do you share the spoils, or are you hoarding them for yourself? Do you become haughty when you become powerful, or do you become more willing to be of service to the people that have elevated you to that position? Those are all questions that we ask with the Sun in Leo 2. So how do we deal when we're experiencing a rise in power, a rise in fame, a rise in fortune, a rise in authenticity? What does that mean for us? So dealing with success. Success can be very ephemeral. It can be very easily taken away if we aren't responsible with it. So those are questions that we can ask here. And a couple other things. I have some, let's see. Here is our questions for reflection. Validation is something that is important in this decan. A lot of people who have malefics in this decan of Leo 2 sometimes will feel separated from validation. Sometimes they have to go through and do things without a lot of credit. People who have benefic planets here maybe receive more than their fair share of it. So questions you can ask yourself, what or who or what do you want to be celebrated for? What do you want to be known for? Do you want to be known for your generosity and your kindness, or do you want to be known as someone who perpetuates conflicts or gets into fights with people or tears other people down? All of those things are questions that you might ask yourself during this phase of Leo. How can you share and uplift others through your success? I find that Leo can be the ultimate cheerleader. It is very different energy than Aries. Aries says, I'm going to reject this which I am not, and here's who I am, me, I, the individuation, which is an important phase in a cycle of growth, as long as we move forward from it eventually, just like if we move forward from any phase when its time has come. But Leo, I have found, says, I feel really good about myself and my authentic self, and you know what? I want to share that light and wisdom with you, and I want to uplift your spirit as well. It says, I'm great, and so are you. That is, I think, the healthiest Leo expression. So how can you share and uplift others and allow them to come into alignment with their authentic self? How can you make the work more important than your ego? This is something that I've grappled with for a lot of my life, being a Leo rising. I had a good friend who is a Scorpio, Taurus rising, and he's a music teacher. And when I was learning how to sing and I was practicing, and he said something that stuck with me for a long time. I was studying people like Jeff Buckley and doing all of these really complicated vocal runs and falsetto things. And he's like, Spencer, sometimes when I hear you sing, I mean, you're really skilled and talented, but sometimes I feel like you're trying to impress your audience with your skill. And he says, a musician and an artist who has really come into alignment with their authenticity is trying to express the feelings that they have, their story. They're trying to express the story and the feeling rather than impress the audience with their acumen. And that really resonated with me and changed how I approached being an artist. So it was helping me to understand that the song, the feeling, the story that I was trying to express was more important than looking good doing it or delivering it in a certain way that was an ego boost. And I think it really led to a lot more better performances, better writing, etc. So where in your life do you need to release attachment to the ego part of things and really lean into the work? Can you view yourself as a channel rather than the source? I think that's really important spiritual exercise. Oftentimes when we start to see ourselves as the source, the divine source, that's when the ego's taken over, and it ultimately leads to a hubristic fall from grace. Now, that does not mean that we do not have a spark of divinity within us. I do believe that. But when we start to think of ourselves as the God itself rather than a channel for that energy, that's when we've started to go astray. And you could see this all over the place in people's experiences and their rises to fame. They start to get a little bit too high on their own supply, and they don't really understand the hard work and the help that got them to that place. Not just their own hard work, but the assistance and the good graces of not only fate, but the people around them. So when we see ourselves as a channel, we stay perpetually in gratitude. We stay perpetually open to receive new inspiration rather than closing ourselves off from that divine guidance. Where does your character still need cultivation? This is a really important thing too. All of us are in process, and that's okay. It's okay to be a student. In fact, it's awesome to be a student. It's some of the most wonderful, intelligent, wise people I know are eternal students. When we start feeling like we are the expert and that we don't have anything else to learn, that's when the universe shows us almost violently that, yeah, we do. We do have to learn some new skills. So how do we stay open? How do we stay curious? And how do we continue to cultivate the skills necessary to show up in our communities and in our world and for ourselves in ways that are healthy? And then finally, whom does the Grail serve? I love this question. Whom does the Grail serve? This is a question that came to me through reading Liz Green and reading the Astrology of Fate. And in the Astrology of Fate, she talks about the story of Percival, one of the Arthurian legend knights that is going off to seek the Grail. But when he comes to the castle where the Grail King lives, he fails to ask the right question and has to go back and do his journey kind of all over again. And to me, a lot of this comes through understanding that power and the pursuit of it has to be of service to others. You can't hang on to power very long if it is only in service of the self. And we see this time and time again throughout history, in our communities, in our own stories, is when we are seeking power, wealth, fame for our own self-aggrandizement, we're not asking the right question. We're not asking who that power, wealth, and status is serving. Because why would you ask it if you're just keeping it all for yourself? So there's the journey with this Leo energy is, how do you understand that taking on the mantle of responsibility, taking on the development of willpower has to be in service of something greater than yourself rather than just your own self-aggrandizement. So who does the Grail serve is an important question to ask during Leo season. Okay. Let's see. Kate says, congratulations on the procession. New vibes for you. I'm somewhat looking forward to it. I think that it'll be really fascinating to see. I think it'll coincide with a lot of learning in Virgo 1. And eventually, not right away, but Mercury will progress, I guess, by secondary progression into Virgo 2. And in the next 10 years, I have a Mercury Cazimi in my secondary progress chart in Virgo. So could be really powerful for learning and teaching, I hope. I hope that's what my hope is just being able to share in new ways and learn new things and new skills. And I am so blessed, so very blessed with an incredible library around me that I've accumulated over the years. And I really am looking forward to just really diving into it. Life sometimes conspires to pull you away from engaging with all of the material, but I'm feeling a huge pull to just maybe, I don't know, going off into a cabin in the woods and just engaging with all of these wonderful source texts. I do it as much as I can, but I'm feeling a pull to like eliminate other distractions and say, I really have to just really buckle down and dive into these books because I have a lifetime worth of books around me. Kate says, this reminds me of my writing teachers telling me that it's good that my work, but sounds like I'm trying to find my voice. Exactly. And that's a process that we all go through. Oftentimes we mimic and try to impress when we're doing any type of artistic thing or when we're doing any type of professional thing. And when we find our voice, it's because we're comfortable within ourselves and we're not trying to take on someone else's voice or someone else's skill set. Sometimes we come across and respect our own limitations. Sometimes the greatest art is created through understanding our limits, right? Look at a guy like Bruce Springsteen, for example. He's not going to sing like Jeff Buckley. He has a limitation, but he used that limitation to create something completely different than him. It's just really amazing to see. Like Monet, for example, his eyesight. He had limits in his eyesight. His eyes were going bad, but he utilized that limitation to create impressionistic paintings of swamps and ponds and things of that nature. So sometimes through our limitations, the beauty can really come. Kate says, I would feel hurt, of course, as if my voice wasn't valid, just a mashup of other voices and not my own. Hearing that, and you have so much potential, really stunted my ability and courage with sharing. Yeah, and you know what? It's all a process. And we all go through the cycles of confidence and insecurity, especially as artists, especially if it is, the more connected it is to our feeling that we're expressing ourselves, or our soul, or our most inner truth, or the most vulnerable parts of ourselves. When we get someone who says, I don't like that, it feels like a personal attack. And it can take some time to cycle through and realize that if it's a true expression of our innermost self, it doesn't matter if someone likes it or not. It just is. It's just who we are. And sometimes people can take it or they can leave it. And that's really another thing with Leo that I've had to learn as a Leo rising and North Node, is you're not going to make everybody happy. It's impossible. If you were making everyone happy, you're probably not doing something right, because there's such a wide variety of people and perspectives in the world that you can't possibly make everyone happy. And when you stop trying to do that, that's when you come more into alignment with a more authentic version of yourself. What's up, Maru? Nice to see you here. It says, thank you for that question. It is good to hear specifically for us Leos. Yeah, Leo risings, ascendants, suns, etc. has been hit pretty hard by Pluto recently. And it's not going to get any easier, Leos, with the South Node going into Leo. So instead of going to the extremes of Leo, how do we find balance? How do we utilize our spotlight in service of collective needs, right? This is something that I've learned navigating the North Node, South Node axis in my chart, which is angular, by the way, 1st and 7th house. How do I show up, but show up with the voice as a channel for the collective, rather than just for my own, impressiveness? I tell you, I think back as a young Leo rising North Node, as a performer, I could feel the influence. The sun is a planet that rules Leo, of course, that wants to dominate everything around it. It shines so bright that we can't even see the other stars. Whereas like Venus as a star can share the energy in the sky. When Venus is shining its brightest, we could still see the other stars. So think about that, the difference between Leo and Libra. Libra wants to shine its light very bright, but it leaves space for others. Leo wants to shine so brightly it just dominates the space. I can remember as a young musician going to open mics, and I felt a lot of competitive energy. I didn't want to just go and enjoy mine and other people's performance. I wanted to shine so brightly that I dominated that space. I thought about it as a competition. And I was very competitive as a young person, as an athlete. I wanted to dominate, right? The urge to dominate is very Leonine. And when I went up on that stage, I said, I want to take people's breath away. In my mind, I said, I want everyone that comes after me to pale in comparison, and not want to follow me, And I think back on it now, that's so dripping with ego. And what's the point of that? Why couldn't I just go and be my best self and then just appreciate everyone else? Eventually, I've gotten more to that space. But you can feel that challenge, that internal challenge, even as an older Leo type. You can still feel it rise within you every once in a while, wanting the urge to dominate a space. And when we feel it rise within us, we can make choices in the moment. That is the key. Sometimes it's turning down the temperature of the brightness of the light to allow some space for other people to shine their light as well. Maro says, my singing teacher before a performance once said, if you think you want to impress with talent, think if you want to impress with talent or evoke in other true feelings. Exactly. And that's what my friend was trying to impart on me, his wisdom as well, for sure, 100%. Complicate says, I simply didn't understand the saying at the time, right? In talking about having more potential, Kate says, right? Kate says, Leo rising, been feeling that I've been put in the sidelines of life for a bit now. I can feel that changing though. Yes, but I will also say the South Node is coming for your first house, Kate, which means that your ability to show up will need to be in service of something bigger than yourself. The crescent moon from Cancer new moon was incredibly beautiful in the sky last night, Kate says. It'll be extra pretty tonight too, clinging in the sky with Venus. Yes, right. Okay, excellent comments. I like hearing from the Leos in the chat. You know, again, it hasn't been easy times for Leos lately, and I understand how painful that can be, especially because what is being asked is some sacrifice of our individual desires for collective good. And that is going to be something that will be difficult for everyone, but especially difficult for Leo types. But completely necessary. Let me say that. It will be necessary to make some personal sacrifices for the collective good moving forward. It's just going to be impossible for life to continue on this planet without us thinking about how our actions affect other people and the effect that our will and our desires have on other people's wills and desires and ability to live in safety, peace, freedom, etc. Okay, let's start breaking down some of the transits during Leo 2. We'll bring up the chart and show it on the screen here. Let's share my screen. Okay, so here is the chart starting on August 1st, and we're going to move forward into August 2nd. And what we start with with 24 degrees of Gemini is Mars out of bounds. So this is Mars moving out of bounds from August the 2nd to August the 28th. We talked about this at the beginning of the broadcast and its potential for exacerbating martial conflicts. Okay. Now, if we think about what it is representing in Gemini 3 to start, and it's going to move through the entire decan of Cancer 1. So one of the things that we can do to understand where these conflicts might be coming from or what it might be requiring from us. Gemini 3 is often representing an overabundance of ideas. Sometimes it will also represent, through its dual solar and Saturnine rulership in the different Decanic systems, the descending Chaldean order and the triplicity system. It will represent a black and white type of thinking, where we start to make ultimatums around ideas. This is the decan where we decide that one twin has to die so that the other can live. We've been trying to keep all of the options open, but this decan says, nope, you have to make a choice. One of these options has to be eliminated, and the other one needs to be breathed life into. Now, that can be a good thing if we're utilizing it with grace, because it helps us to make choices in the moment and understand what things we truly want to grow into fruition. It can be problematic when we have a planet like Mars here, when we feel like for our perspective to live, we have to completely destroy someone else or someone else's perspective. That can be very dangerous. And with Mars out of bounds, it could be even more extreme, where we start to feel like for our idea to live, someone else's idea has to be destroyed. For one of the twins to live on Olympus, the other one has to be cast into the pits of Hades. There could be situations where that is true. There could be some dualities in your life where you're trying to juggle too many things, where you're trying to bring too many things to life, but we only have so much time, energy, and resources. So there may be some difficult choices that we have to make with Mars out of bounds in Gemini 3. The good news is I think that it can show us what we truly value. Like, what do we really value enough to put our limited resources, time, energy, and space into? Once Mars moves into Cancer 1, the conflict, or the severing and separating, changes arenas. It moves from the intellectual realm, the communication realm, into the domestic realm, the sensitive, the feeling, the intuitive realm. It may be more difficult to create consensus with a one-on-one partnership rather than with a group of people when we have Mars out of bounds moving through Cancer. We may have some conflicts with family members. We may have some conflicts with partners. Again, if we know that Mars is going to be out of bounds and where it's going to be out of bounds, we can recognize in real time the conflicts that come up. Here's an example. If you find yourself in a battle of verbal will with someone, like whether it's like on the internet or in a discussion or something like that, and Mars is out of bounds in Gemini, you may take that discussion way further than you would normally. You may say something that you later regret. And I say later regret because generally when the sun is moving through Gemini 3, it is going to a peak at the solstice, the summer solstice, and then it appears to change direction. The ultimatums that we make, the black and white thinking that we make in Gemini 3 often has to be backtracked off of. Think about the President of the United States. He even has a nickname about changing his mind. He is a Gemini 3 sun. So sometimes he will draw a line in the sand, and then just like the sun approaching the solstice will reverse direction. So I would advise you, as your astrologer, as your astro dad, be careful about making all or nothing ultimatums, especially when Mars is moving out of bounds through Gemini 3. Be careful about the way that you communicate. You could say something that could ignite even more conflict. Oftentimes, when we continue to perpetuate a conflict, whether it's verbal, emotional, etc., all we're doing is feeding the other party into a continual, perpetual cycle of anger, violence, conflict, etc. At some point, some party has to be the one to step away and say that this is enough. I've said what I've had to say, and now I'm going to move on with my life, right? And how do we become those people? I think a lot of it is through eliminating distractions. I think if we give Mars a job to do, if we say, what is Mars's job? If Gemini is bringing us noise, intellectual noise, overthinking, conflicts with others that are verbal, how do we start to eliminate some of that noise? I know for me, when I saw Mars going into Gemini, I anticipated that there was going to be more distractions in my environment than I was experiencing. And I preemptively bought earplugs, okay? Like expensive earplugs that have like different levels of sound dampening. And sure enough, my environment has gotten much louder. There's construction going on around me. There's all sorts of noise and stuff. And the ability to take back a little bit of agency and turn down that volume slightly, I feel has really helped me to not get overwhelmed. I've also eliminated some distractions in my life to be able to clear space away for reading books like Persephone's Revolution, for reading more of my library. I've stopped engaging with so many things on my phone. I've put some of those things away. So giving Mars a job, how do we eliminate the distractions in our life? How do we turn down the noise? How do we walk away from distracting conflicts where there is no real winner, right? This is sort of the language that Mars is going to be speaking towards. And we've got some nice comments coming in, so I'm just looking back here. Let's see. Natalia says, Leo 12th house moon here, third decan. It also rules my Cancer Saturn, which in turn rules my Capricorn, Mars, Aquarius, Sun, and Venus, and Mercury. Ooh, so yeah, so some of the Leo things are working behind the scenes, right? Maybe potentially with Leo in the 12th house. Maybe a fear of visibility, a little bit of fear of being visible, and a secret desire for some of that validation, but difficulty receiving it, right? Kate says, your placements give me the impression of a highly sensitive to the environment and the people. I'm an Aquarius Sun Leo rising, so I get a bit of collective sensitivity there, and having the 12th ruled by the moon. Yeah, I'm very sensitive to my environment, if you're referring to me. Very much so. Any person that has, I think, Cancerian placements, amongst others, but Cancerian placements are very sensitive to their environment because it's a prey animal that needs to be sensitive to everything that's going on, that's reading into all of the nuance around us. And sometimes we just have to be able to turn the noise down on that. And honestly, it's been really helping. I got some for sleep too. And I was reading a lot about how ambient noise can really actually disrupt some of your deep sleep. And I've been sleeping a lot better since I've started using that as well. KP, Karen, what's up, Karen? Says, hi, Spencer and all, joining late, but happy to catch the live for once. Nice to see you, Karen. Hope you're doing well down there in Cleveland, Ohio. Thank you for supporting Third Coast Mojo recently, too. I've been watching Tanya be hard at work at something special for you, so appreciate you, friend. Kate says, just having so much in the lunar sphere, I imagine hearing everything underwater. Well, think about how sound travels underwater, Kate. And it amplifies things, it distorts things, and it can be very distracting. Natalia says, thank you. I'm super sensitive, in fact. I believe it. I believe it. Having that moon in the 12th, too, can enhance that sensitivity. Okay, let's see. Maru says, I'm listening and taking notes. What you say resonates deeply. I feel the need, that moment of confrontation and decision, pressure. I'll have my solar return during that time and have a Gemini ascendant. Ooh, Maru. So you'll have Mars moving through your first house. So this is a really good time to practice knowing when to step away from conflict, knowing how to use nonviolent communication, knowing how to eliminate distractions in your life. All of those things are opportunities for you in a very personal way. Ty says an Aquarius sun. Mine's not till January 28th. Maru says it seems difficult but necessary. Oh, okay. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just going through this so we can kind of come in under 4 hours today. I love the discussions that are happening, though. Appreciate you. Karen says, I'm so excited about the custom oil. Yes, thank you, Karen. It's going to be special. Karen ordered a custom oil from Third Coast Mojo, and I've just been witnessing the magic going into it, and it's really beautiful. And so, Karen, thank you for reaching out. And you've got a lot of really cool mutual receptions in your chart. I was noticing, just seeing your chart, so that's neat. Okay. So that's Mars out of bounds from August the 2nd to August the 28th. When Mars moves into Cancer, the way that we can deal with the out of boundsness of it all, I think be extra vigilant in your personal relationships. Recognize that a lot of the conflicts could play out in one-on-one personal relationships. It could be more difficult creating mutually beneficial relationships, even exchanges. There could be some uneven power dynamics between family members, parents, children, siblings, partners. So when you see a conflict arising, how do we prepare for that? Well, how do you make a plan with your family and with your partner of conflict resolution? How do you know that if something comes up, that you have a game plan? How can you create a script for it? I've been reading a lot about the Japanese tendency to take a time out if you're in an argument in a relationship, of just going to your separate corner. That could be really good advice because, again, Mars out of bounds, the conflict could spiral out of control very quickly. So be extra vigilant. Go in with a script to prepare yourself with centering techniques. Know what you would do when conflicts come up. What are the rules of engagement? I think that's another thing too. Like another book I've got on my list is like The Art of War. And really in The Art of War, they talk about knowing when not to fight. Like that is one of the most important tenets of that. And sometimes you have to recognize when a battle is, the cost is too great when we're entering into conflict. So these are all things we can do to prepare for a Mars out of bounds. Last quarter moon. So this is the August 3rd, last quarter moon. Here you can see the sun at, let's move it forward a little bit so we can kind of move. Let's see here. This is actually on the 5th. That's why it wasn't matching up. So let's go to the 5th. So here we go. We've got the Last quarter moon, let's put it in, there we go. Okay. So 13 degrees Leo sun squared by the 13-degree Taurus moon. This is a fixed star moon. That is, the 13 degrees Taurus is on a fixed star called Menkar, which is in the constellation Cetus, the whale. And in ancient civilizations, whales weren't like, this isn't like Free Willy or like a peaceful blue whale. They were sea monsters. So this degree can make us vulnerable to getting swallowed in the collective noise. So I think that one of the things to do at this last quarter moon is potentially reduce our vulnerability to the collective zeitgeist, whether it's positive or negative, right? How do we come back into ourselves without getting swallowed into the belly of the whale, of the noise that's happening around us, the distractions, etc.? I would also say at this last quarter moon, the second decan of Taurus speaks towards giving and receiving, but also towards there could be an imbalance where you're giving too much and you need to rebalance that by learning how to receive. It could be that you have enough and you have to learn how to be generous with your resources. It could also mean that you are having a rut that you need to break out of. This decan speaks a lot about the horai, the seasons, right? The ability to show up and do just enough that day and then to rest, the balance between work and play. Sometimes, and I'm including myself in this because my moon is at 15 Taurus, sometimes we can get into habits that we have created to bring some order to chaos, but then can become a prison that are hard to get out of. I have some very specific routines that I am very, very, very committed to, that in past years I've had to be more flexible around. And I think that this is a good time to really examine our routines, how we give and how we receive, in service of becoming a more authentic version of ourselves, which is what the sun is trying to achieve in Leo too. All right. Let's see. We've got some envy of divine luxury. Aw, Kate, we'll get you some Third Coast Mojo stuff eventually here. Karen says, Kate, it did feel like a bit of a Jupiterian to splurge on, but I'm viewing it as self-care. Oh, I love that. Natalia says that moon is going to sextile my retrograde Saturn at 13 Cancer, by the way. Oh my goodness, this is going to be an interesting one that'll activate some stuff for you for sure. Maybe in the 11th house, potentially, with groups. Devin says, I recommend starting an anarchist book club or resistance movement during the last quarter moon. I like that idea. The more book clubs, the better. I honestly, friends, all of the offerings that I really do, like my classes, a lot of them take on the form of a guided group study / book club. And we use the book to be as an in for learning, the experiential learning. So I've got a lot of things that are cooking in the hopper right now, and a lot of sources that I'm thinking about for fall offerings. But I think there's a lot through story that we can really learn and engage with together. So I'm on the same wavelength with you, friend. Okay, so that's our last quarter moon on the 5th. Here on the 6th, now we have, let's go back to noon. Let's try to go back to noon here. And we're going to go to August the 6th. On August the 6th, we have a couple things happening. First, we have Venus moving into Libra. So let's move the chart so that Venus is in Libra. There it is. There's Venus in Libra. Okay. Which is an improvement of dignity for Venus out of Virgo into Libra. So out of its fall into its own domicile. Quite an improvement for our ability to create harmony with one another, for our ability to see things from other people's perspective rather than to see things from a myopic viewpoint. In addition to that, There are two other important omens that day. The sun will trine a retrograde Saturn at 14 degrees of Leo and 14 degrees of Aries. And then Mercury will exit its retrograde shadow at 26 degrees of Cancer. So you can see here Mercury exiting that shadow and starting to traverse new ground. So a big change in the narrative around this period of time. Okay, like Venus, maybe a little bit on the struggle bus in Virgo, maybe gets a little bit too fixated on form rather than being able to see things from multiple perspectives. Venus does have some special dignity in Virgo of being able to take spirit and enclose it into form. So during these last few weeks of July, is there something that you can make with your hands? Is there something that you can organize or sort through? Those are all things that can be supported with Venus and Virgo. But once Venus moves into Libra, the ability to foster cooperation with others can increase, right? So it's less of a navel-gazing Venus, right? Like sometimes Venus was, let's think about Venus in her workshop in Virgo, and like Hephaestus with her husband Hephaestus, doing the hard and dirty work behind the scenes to make something beautiful. And then once Venus moves into Libra, it's like, hey, here, look at this. I've made something nice. I've made something beautiful, right? So we might have some of that hard Venusian dirty work behind the scenes with Virgo, and then we can bring it to light and then beautify our environments. And that hard dirty work might be learning new skills to communicate with one another. Again, I've got the nonviolent communication book coming in the mail probably this week. I'll be reading it, and hopefully it'll help me to learn how to communicate even more effectively in high pressure situations, right? On the internet, I don't really feel like I get myself into a ton of high pressure situations, although it has happened in the past, but more so through like working with my family or working with my partner or working with my neighbors or working with clients. I want to be able to have an even more constructive way of communicating. So Sun trining Saturn, I think this is an opportunity to understand how your value system can influence, or your attachment to your value system can influence your authenticity of expression. So this is something where we're reviewing some of our royal decrees with Saturn retrograding in Aries 2, reviewing how we, say, this is what I believe in. Maybe your beliefs are changing. Maybe some of the beliefs you had were proved to be false, and you have to review them, and to become a more authentic version of yourself, to find the bridge between your inner and your outer self, you have to go through that reviewing process and put some of those old beliefs and decrees to bed, to rest, right? That can be the trine between Saturn and the Sun potentially. Mercury is exiting its retrograde shadow. A lot of work we've been doing during this Mercury retrograde in Cancer in asking questions versus scarcity versus surplus. So what have we uncovered in that period of time? How do we understand where we can be generous with our gifts? Where do we need to increase portions of things in our life so that we can have our basic needs met, so we can meet our physical needs and our spiritual needs? All of those things that we might be starting to move forward after this retrograde cycle on the 6th. So a pretty pivotal day around that. Now, the other thing that happens with the Sun making the trine to Saturn is it does enter the Sun into malefic enclosure. So here is what we're looking at here. So if we go forward like another, I don't know, when the trine is exact, let's go forward to that. What you're going to be able to see right about here, yeah, there it is now. What you're going to be able to see is Saturn. Well, here's the Sun, okay? And here is Saturn making or casting its ray on one side of the Sun, and Mars casting its ray on the other side. And that, my friends, is a malefic enclosure. So this is pressure to be an authentic version of ourselves from August 6th to August 11th, where we're having to review some of our royal decrees, our statements of who we are. And we may also be facing pressure from the way that we communicate those things with Mars and Gemini. How do we communicate the things that are important to us in ways that leave space to be wrong or leave space to learn more? It's not even to be wrong, that leaves space for alternative perspectives. The challenge we might have with the Sun in malefic enclosure is that we may be seeing people in the collective and ourselves being influenced to make statements about what we believe in, and we may be doing it in a way that is indicative of Mars out of bounds, that are drawing hard lines in the sand, that are saying it's either me or them, you know, like, and that can be putting a lot of pressure on our authenticity. So my recommendation when the Sun is in malefic enclosure, review your mission statements, review the things that are negotiable and non-negotiable for you. Be careful about how you communicate those to your audiences, whoever that is, whether it's in personal relationships or public ones. And be very careful of making all or nothing statements, because that could easily blow up in your face. And it could make you feel like, or here's another way of thinking about it, all or nothing statements that you've made in the past. Because remember, Mars is hosting Saturn. Mars, those all or nothing ultimatum statements are influencing the Saturn energy. Saturn is a reckoning. It says you're going to have to reckon with those all or nothing statements that you made. And this may be because Saturn is retrograde, you may be having to deal with the fallout from making ultimatums. And that may be putting pressure and not allowing you to feel like you can actually express yourself authentically. If that is the case, it's 5 days. This too shall pass. One of the things that I think has been really important for me to realize about certain conflicts is sometimes when I just take a break from the conflict and I stop feeding negativity in it, when I just leave the other person alone for a little while or go and do my own thing for a little bit, eventually it blows over, you know, even if it's been something public. If you just stop feeding into the conflict, if we stop commenting on our enemies' misgivings and failings, whether it's directly or indirectly, sometimes it just blows over and people lose interest, and bullies don't want to, if a bully can't get a reaction out of you, they're going to lose interest and go on to something else. I've learned this many a time, because as a Leo 3 rising, I can be a fighter, you know, like this is part of the Leo 3 energy, is defending ourselves. And sometimes when we defend ourselves, all we're doing is giving more grist and fuel for the people to bring us conflict and criticism. So if you find yourself in a position where you're being challenged and you don't feel like you can be your authentic self, sometimes just waiting and letting it blow over, maybe even atoning for the all or nothing statement that you made, and say, hey, you know what? Maybe there is an alternative perspective to this. Maybe a belief that I held on to very firmly, I need to change that. Maybe I need to be open myself for alternative perspectives or alternative ways of communicating what my truth is. I think that's really the key. It's not that you have to change your core fundamental belief structures. Sometimes it's all in the delivery of that. And ultimately, the design of communication is so that we can feel understood, right? And we might be dealing with difficulty feeling appreciated around this period of time too. We might not be getting the validation for the stand that we took or for the belief system that we're trying to defend. And it could be through just a lack of communication skills rather than that the mission itself wasn't virtuous. Does that make sense? So that's the Sun in malefic enclosure. I'm just looking through the chat here. Let's see. Kate says, definitely self-care. I personally believe there are times ripe for magic and ritual related to the body. I hope you all tell us all about it when we see each other again. Okay. Devin says, Venus has dignity in Virgo and rules over something important in your chart. Like for Spencer, it rules over his first part of life and resources he accumulated. Like ruling the third house and the 10th. Say more. Kate says, Spencer, Mercury exiting shadow forms Antisha with Uranus? Just a side note type of question. Yes, it does. I'm just looking at the chart. So you've got Uranus here, and at about 4 or 5 degrees, Gemini, and Mercury at about 26 degrees. Antisha is like a secret relationship. All right. So there could be some, when Mercury's exiting a shadow, that's a good catch, actually, Kate. There could be some ideas that we have that are coming to us that are sort of lightning bolts out of the blue, that we finally have gotten out of the retrograde review process, and we have a new idea about how to move forward. So I think that's a good catch. Karen says, you can count on Kate. I'll definitely report back. Had a nice result with Venus and Pisces oil. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Scott is here. What's up, Scott? Scorpio Sun Tarot. Nice to see you. Hope everything's going well your way, my friend. Okay, communicate. Yes, exactly. Advocacy, Kate says, I can see that with Leo 3. Right, definitely. Okay, good to see you, Scott. Welcoming in the welcoming committee. I like it. Devin says, as a triplicity topic in your second house, the triplicity lords of Venus, Moon, Mars rule over your first, second, and third parts of your life and how you resource yourself. Oh, okay. Nice. Yes, the triplicity, that is cool. That is a technique where you can kind of see how you can divide up house meaning, right? Sometimes we have all these like different house significations. And it's like, well, when does it mean this? And when does it mean something else? And the triplicity method that Devin is referring to helps you to divide up what different parts of that house are going to mean through the different triplicity rulers. So that's cool. Good catch. Karen says, yes, agree. Nice catch on that. And Tisha, Kate. Yep, that's why we do it as a group. So there's so many things in the chart, right? I mean, this week I was on a little bit of a struggle bus, but I had like, I got 4 pages of notes here. And I had a tutoring session, I had a class, and I was just really trying to power through some of these things in like a day and a half, in a shorter period of time than I would normally have. But there's always more details to catch. Sometimes I feel bad when I don't catch every detail, but I like that it's speaking through our community. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is why we co-create these together. Okay. Let's move forward. So that's our Sun in Malefic enclosure. This too shall pass. Maybe it's a little bit difficult to express ourselves authentically because of our need to review our value system and a need to eliminate some distractions and to communicate in ways that are productive, but it's temporary. Mercury will move into Leo on the 9th. Okay. So we're getting real close to the beginning of the eclipse window. All right. So this 8/8, people have called it like the Lion's Gate or something like that. I'm not so sure. I don't know about that. I don't know a lot about it. I do think that eclipses are, if I would call anything a portal, eclipses are definitely portals to new narratives and new realities. Anytime you have like the nodes involved, I think that can be something. But as far as the Lion's Gate, someone else will have to speak on that because that's not something I've done a lot of research on. Let's see. Mercury moving out of Cancer and into Leo. Remember, Mercury is a planet that goes and moves through the liminal spaces. It influences the way that we receive and express information. We may be receiving in a slightly less emotional, intuitive way. We might be expressing in a slightly, less emotional way. We might be expressing and intuiting in a more through a lens of how to craft the most authentic expression of ourselves. We could be having more dramatic flair with the way that we communicate with one another, for better or for worse. Mercury helps us to ask questions as well. In traditional astrology, in Robert Schmidt's way of looking at the planets, who is one of the founders of Project Hindsight, he talks about Mercury's ability to destabilize and cast doubt. And when Mercury's moving through a certain section, when it destabilizes and casts doubt, it brings up questions. there's not certainty. There is uncertainty. So when Mercury is moving through Leo, especially like first decan, there might be uncertainty around our role, around our self-expression. And it may be an opportunity to learn more through the questioning process. This is why I think when we connect Mercury with questions and learning, you have to be able to have some kind of sacred doubt to ask the right questions to learn new information. And when Mercury is helping us to understand that, that process isn't always comfortable, because it sometimes we question ourselves. With Mercury moving through Leo, we'd be like, what is my identity? What is my role? How do I show up for my audience? What should I say? What shouldn't I say? How do I use my spotlight? How do I use my will? What is it in service of? All of those things can lead to breakthroughs and learning new things and new skills. All right. Kate says, KP actually prompted me to prompted my talking notice, was like, ooh, divine oils, Taurus moon, Mercury getting that chemical magic on. I love it. Love to see it. Taku is here. Taku says, hi, Spencer. Joining a bit late tonight, but happy to be here. I'm happy that you're here, friend. It's always nice to see you, Taku. Silent Murmur says, Lionsgate is July 4th through the 5th at Sirius 14 degrees Cancer. Okay, I can see that. I mean, I that makes more sense from a mythological perspective, with Sirius being the return of fertility to the Nile River Valley, right? And having that be the gate of fertility or something like that. There's just been a murmur. There's been a this kind of popular thing that you'll see with 8-8 is like, oh, it's the Lionsgate portal. It's 8-8, and I've always found it very arbitrary. But this of what you're describing makes a lot more sense. There's actually a philosophical and mythological rationale for that. So maybe that's something that just got lost in translation when it went from the esoteric into the popular consciousness. Synchronicities, divine synchronicities, Karen says. I love it. Devin says 8-8 Lionsgate was invented in the 90s and wasn't meant to last this long. Yes, there you go. See, I think it's a malpropism, right? It is something that got lost in translation, where Murmur is revealing the ancient roots of that, but then it got mixed up and convoluted with like angel numbers and things like this, and like repeating numbers, and because the sun is in Leo, there's all this convolution, and what wasn't originally something interesting just turned into like something that's like kind of a nothing burger. Okay, or at least not accurately portrayed. Let's talk about the 10th. All right, on August 10th, we have a number of things. There's a lot of astrology in this month. I mean, I know this is going to go long, but we've got a lot to process here, and it's pretty consequential. It's pretty pivotal. Let's see, and we've got an active chat today too. Silent Murmur says, I noticed that too, because 8-8 is past the height of fertility. Well, there you go. And you know what? This happens. Like things get lost in translation and convoluted when they become popular, and especially when people latch onto it without the requisite research behind it. Then you get this big game of telephone where people get the kernel of a truth, and then it gets distorted, and people just start sharing it, and then it just keeps getting more and more distorted. So it doesn't mean that we should just kind of take a dump on it. It just means that we need to get back to the source, and we need to reveal the root of it so that we can restore maybe an accurate insight into that. Devin says the astrologer who said it was looking more at more than that date. It was a cool alignment with the catchy title and outlasted the moment. There you go. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. On the 10th, Venus is active on this day. Venus is going to make a trine with Pluto. So here is Venus in, let's see. Here's Venus in Libra 1, making a trine with Pluto in Aquarius 1. We also have Venus that day opposing Neptune. So this is a trine with Pluto and an opposition with Neptune. We also have Mars. Let's make Mars. What if we make Mars a different? Poop. Sorry, I got the Venus in Virgo was too attached to the detail and screwed it up. Okay, let's redraw that. Let's make Pluto purple. How about that? Pluto no, we'll make Mars purple. There we go. So Mars is going to be making trine with the North Node. All right, so there's the Mars North Node trine. So let's see if we can contextualize. Does this all make sense visually for you? As much as it can, I guess. All right, so Venus is very active. Venus is going to be first making the trine to Pluto. So Venus in the first decan of Libra is identifying inequalities, right? Every decanic story has a beginning, a middle, and an ending. The first decan often will bring an awareness to the lack of something. In Libra, it is a lack of justice, a lack of equality. It moves towards the negotiation phase in the second decan, and then the maintenance phase in the third decan, the moving of all the pieces to maintain harmony, right? So we may have something where we're feeling a little bit of a desire to identify an injustice. We've got Venus making contact with Pluto. So there could be something in the collective that is arousing righteous indignation through the revelation of corruption, like Hades erupting from the underworld. There is an opposition with Neptune, though, as well. This could be something where we're not getting the clearest picture. There could be a desire for peace, but there could be a glamorization of violence. There could be a peace accord that actually is masking, some secret violence. We've seen this over and over and over again in the story, where like with the Middle Eastern war that's happening, where you have there's peace discussions. No, it's off. No, it's on again. The strait is open. The strait is closed. And it's just yeah, this is just people manipulating Kalshi markets, basically. So this could be another moment where there's this push and pull for peace versus violence, and it could be illusionary, right? We do have I'm really fascinated by the story of Persephone in regards to Pluto, though. And I want to speak on that more as we get to the Pluto out of bounds. And I think that this trine with Venus and Pluto could speak to that out of Pluto going out of bounds energy too. Remember, Persephone is rising to power when Pluto is going out of bounds in the southern declination within the context of that story. I'll break down the story in more detail in a second. Murmur says, I meant to say it makes more sense for the Lion's Gate to be the entrance or opening to the season of the lion, when the solar dawn choir may be best recorded and sound clearest at 60 degrees north equals 15 degrees. Let me see. I don't know who the solar dawn choir is. That sounds like a much longer discussion for me to understand with clarity. Let's see. I'm trying to parse it out. The Lion's Gate entrance opening of the season of the lion, when the solar dawn choir may be best recorded and sounds clearest at 60 degrees north plus or minus 15 degrees. Maybe we'll have to have a longer discussion about that. I'm feeling like I'm not able to give that the attention that it needs right now to understand it with the clarity that I would be able to make any type of reasonable response to at this moment. So I will defer on that one for a bit. But I'm curious. I'm curious to see how these narratives get perpetuated and what the reality, the basis and the foundation is for it. And how do we dispel astrological, almost like memes or popular trends that may not actually be rooted in truth, but have some kernel of it that we can restore. Murmur says it's a radio frequency, natural sounds of the sun rising at dawn. When recording at 60 degrees north, it sound like birds chirping. Oh, that's cool. I'd like to hear that. That sounds very fascinating. Okay. Mars trining the north node here. We have the final degrees. This is Mars at the anaretic degree, right? The final degrees of Gemini. And it is making a harmonious relationship with the nodes of the moon. So this relationship with the north node in Aquarius is related to potentially increasing our ability to step down off the throne of power, right? To step down off of the desire to defend our belief system, which we'll talk about here when we get into Leo 3 in particular. But you can see these two tarot cards. We've got the Seven of Wands, which is related to Leo 3. You can see this person up on a hill, has ascended to the high ground, but is defending against people who are trying to knock him off the pedestal. And then you see in the Seven of Swords, which represents the third decan of Aquarius, someone who's leaving, absconding with 5 swords, taking wisdom with them, leaving behind some stuff, but sneaking away into the night, stepping down off of the throne, the pedestal. And this could be a moment where we're just, really understanding that we're going to have to leave something behind, that it's okay to come down off of a throne or a pedestal or something like that, or a belief system that we were carrying with us, and move forward. So this is really, we're really entering into the eclipse energy. And on the 11th, the day before the eclipse, we have an equally active day. Okay, so here is, look at all this stuff. I'll try to address each thing individually and see how it will relate to one another. That was a challenging thing about this month, was there were so many of these details. How do we make a coherent story out of it? How do we narrative craft when we've got all of these things happening at once? So first thing you notice about August 11th, Mars moves into Cancer. Okay, so this is Mars out of bounds, moving into Cancer, shifting the arena from all of the things we were discussing about Gemini 3, like the ultimatums, the not being able to keep competing interests going, the verbal conflicts, moving into more emotional ones. Like how do we resolve conflicts within interpersonal dynamics, like intimate relationships? This is the playground that Mars is going to be traversing at this point. We also have Pluto going out of bounds. All right, I would like to spend some time on that because I did some research on it, and I would like to start the conversation around it. I by no means have the definitive answers yet. I didn't have enough time to completely read the entire book, and I would like to read the entire book because it was very interesting. But I think I wrapped my head around the concepts, and I read all of the myths of Persephone. I read the different phases around Pluto's declination path, the power phase, the reform phase, and then I saw some really interesting potential futures within it that I would like to talk about today too. Mercury opposes Pluto as it goes out of bounds, so some important discussions around visibility versus homogenization. I think that this is something that we're wrestling with a little bit too, is how do we assert our will when our voices are being censored or repressed, or when the corruption within the group is being revealed. I think this is another thing a lot of people are wrestling with right now, is when we express ourselves in an individualistic way and it isn't in alignment with the group dynamics, that can reveal whether that group is supportive or not. Okay, that's something a lot of people have been going through lately. Mercury will be making a trine to Neptune as it opposes Pluto. So again, another conversation where we may be feeling like dissolving into the collective a little bit as well, like the anesthetizing, I guess is that the word? The anesthetic quality of Neptune makes us maybe want to escape from those conversations. Maybe we don't want to necessarily keep engaging with expressing our individuality and then having to deal with that fallout in regards to the group. That could be something that's coming. And then Venus will be trining Uranus on that day too. So these aspects are somewhat built into the eclipse. All right. So the Venus-Uranus trine in particular is sort of built into that. There is a square forming between Mars and Neptune around this period of time as well. So another thing where our energy, our willpower might start to dissolve. It might be a little bit compromised on some level. But I want to take this opportunity on this day to start talking about Pluto out of bounds. Pluto seems purple to me, so we'll just circle it in purple. For those of you who are coming in late or just joining me, I have this book. It's called Persephone's Revolution by Rosie Finn. There's Rosie. Look at Rosie from Olympia, Washington. Is a Western and Vedic astrologer. I'm going to read the back of this because it's just so fascinating. I believe that this book was suggested to me by our own Selene's Gateway, Devin Malone. I've seen other people talk about it. I've seen Gray Crawford talk about it in an interview, this person. But I believe Devin turned me on to this. Or it was either Devin or Ani. Well, neither here nor there. It's in the collective, and thank you, whoever brought this to my attention. It's a really cool book. Persephone's Revolution, Pluto's path to the end of the empire, often offers a meaningful vision of personal empowerment, activism, and reform in the face of oppressive global power structures. Rosie Finn brilliantly tracks the declination path or cycle of Pluto to organize history into phases of vision, power, justice, and reform that correlate with Pluto's oscillation between extremes of northern and southern declination. The book also reveals how archetypes embedded in the myth of Persephone play out in each of these phases. So many of us sense a radical change unfolding. Persephone's Revolution gives hard evidence to explain why, how, and when we are headed into possible collapse, revolution, better leadership, a scientific paradigm shift, and a great awakening. So, yeah, pretty cool. So here's the basic idea with this. A planet is going to go outside of the normal path of the sun, or appear to. Now, Pluto has a irregular orbit. It doesn't have a perfectly circular orbit. It has an oval elliptical orbit, right? So it's not going to follow the similar orbital path that some of the other traditional planets do. It also, this concept is related to the tilt of the Earth. There's a good diagram in here that'll kind of, I really want you guys to get this book. It's really good. But you could see like, yeah, so here's, let me see if I can show you. You can see this? And it's blurry. But you could see how the Earth right here is projecting from its equator out into the sky. And these planets are circulating around that celestial equator. And the sun's path is how we're measuring that. Now, Pluto has its own weird tilt in regards to its relationship to our tilt of the Earth. The Earth wobbles on its axis, and that changes our experience of a planet's movement. All right, I know this is not my strength. I will readily admit that the math part of it is not the astronomical math part of it is not something that my brain can describe as accurately as I would like. So I apologize in advance for this. My strength is in interpreting meaning versus the mathematical explanation. So go to Persephone's Revolution. Study the ecliptical orbit of Pluto in relationship to the ecliptic that is projected out from the celestial equator. See if you can make your own observations on that. The point being is that when Pluto appears to move more than 23 degrees and 26 minutes outside of the normal path of the sun, it is said to be out of bounds. The concept of what Rosie Finn was uncovering in this book is that she traced through many thousands of years of history the rise of authoritarian power when Pluto was north of the ecliptic, okay, which from our southern hemisphere, from our northern hemisphere would appear below the celestial equator. I believe that would be northern declination. And then its path above the ecliptic, which would be southern declination, okay? So what does that mean? If I screwed that up, I apologize, okay? If I said that in the opposite way, I apologize. The concept goes like this. When Pluto is in a northern declination, which happened most recently from about the mid-1930s to the early 1950s, we see the rise in Pluto, Hades, manifesting in some kind of tyrannical power. We saw people like Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin rising to power. We saw the detonation of an atomic bomb, like creating death on the face of the planet in an extreme way. This is the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, going to extremes, the Reaper of Souls, right? And Persephone's role in this is the northern declination is when Persephone is, as a young maiden, is being abducted against her will and dragged into the land of the dead. And this can represent us as a collective being abducted into the clutches of a tyrannical power or force. She gave examples on Genghis, the rise of Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, when it was in northern declination. This is called the power phase. What we're going to experience now is called the reform phase. And that is when Pluto is in its southern declination, when it is south of the ecliptic, okay? Now, this is a time when power is returned back to the people, when we see revolutions, when we saw the French Revolution most recently, we saw the American Revolution, we saw times when despotic leadership got removed, and sometimes that creates chaos. The French Revolution, for as dynamic as it was not peaceful. It was very bloody, and it led to its own form of autocracy with Napoleon, etc. But the general consensus is that it is a time of massive change, returning power back to the masses, which for many of us I would say probably be pretty hopeful. Doesn't mean it's going to be completely peaceful. It could be. She offers different versions of the future, so we get to kind of choose that on some level. But that's the general idea. And the southern declination reform phase is associated with Persephone's rise to power as queen of the underworld and maybe return to the earth. Persephone had to spend a certain amount of time in the underworld and then return to the earth to join her mother Demeter. And Demeter, in turn, was happy again and allowed, as a goddess of growth and of the grain and of fertility, allowed life to flourish and be at peace. So this reform phase is the return of Persephone to a place of empowerment. Persephone maybe even representing the masses, right? So that's hopeful. The really fascinating thing about this, first of all, this in and out of bounds that Pluto is going to go between 2025 and 2035 will all be in the southern declination, a reform phase. The part that I didn't know until I read it this week and really started engaging with the material was that this is actually the last time, this 10-year period, that Pluto is going to go out of bounds, north or south, for the next 3,000 years. And to me, that is monumental, because we've been going through Pluto going out of bounds into a destructive, despotic power structure in the northern declination, and then a revolution, and then another tyrannical power arising, and then a revolution and a reform. We've been going back and forth for 4,000 years. And we're about to have the last phase of that in the next 10 years of our lifetime. And then we won't have Pluto go out of bounds at all for 3,000 years. I mean, that's kind of exciting to me. If we could escape the cycle of oppressive power regimes rising and then having to rise up against it every few decades, 100 years, etc., the potential there is incredible. And this is something that I don't think I've felt as hopeful for our future than I have this week in a long time. And maybe this is part of that Barbeau's basket energy where we're feeling hopeful about the future. Now, does that mean that tomorrow we're going to have this utopia on Earth? No. It means that it might get a little bit worse before it gets better, unfortunately. But there is light at the end of the tunnel, I think. And that gives me hope. And I do think that you are going to see, starting in mid-August, actually it started last fall, to be honest with you, movements that gain steam. And there's going to be movements where we're going to see some progress, and then there's going to be the Empire striking back, and then there's going to be some progress, and Empire strikes back. Pluto in and out of bounds, right? But for the next 10 years, we get to start planting the seeds for a return of and distribution of equality and power, etc. And man, it feels good. That feels really, really good to see that there is a historical precedent for moving beyond this cycle of greed, this cycle of war, this cycle of destruction, this cycle of exploitation of this beautiful planet and of each other. Like I said, I don't think I've ever read something, a material more hopeful than I have with the understanding that this plutonic cycle of life and death at its extremes might be ending in our lifetimes. And I don't mean to sound hyperbolic about it. We are still going to have to deal with life and death. But if we can start coming together as a species and as a planet with other forms of life on this planet and start to cooperate with life, like Persephone and Demeter returning to the face of the earth and living in peace, rather than this cycle of leaving the earth and the rise of an authoritarian dictator and the rise of fascist power or whatever else you want to think about. And then the need to have this revolution, and whether it's violent or peaceful, if we break out of that cycle completely in the next decade, potentially for the next 3,000 years, I'm here for it. I'm here for that. I mean, that'll make my 50s pretty nice, right? I can live with that. So exciting times. I'd like to dive more into this type of material. I would like to see how it plays out in the collective, because Lord knows we could use some returning of power to the people. We could use some returning of appreciating the sacredness of life rather than the frivolity of war and of oppression. I mean, if we look outside right now, I was thinking about this as I was reading this book this morning too, like really just trying to dive into it. I'm looking outside and I'm seeing literal fire and brimstone outside my window. For those of you who aren't familiar, we have Canadian wildfire smoke that's blowing into my home state of Michigan, where the air quality index was this week over 600. That's unprecedented and crazy. I've never seen it that high in my lifetime. Like the sky is literally just like a haze of smoke. The sun is some weird shade of like orange sherbet pink, it's like Hades has cracked open and the sulfuric fumes are rising. But when I thought about that today, and I looked out and I saw people's responses to this, my thought was, oh no, here comes Hades. My thought was, this is the initiation of Persephone. This is Persephone coming back. This is the underworld opening up, cracking open, the belching up the smoke and sulfur of the underworld for Persephone's return. And that gave me hope, right? Because this is just the actions that mobilize people towards actually making changes. When people, like, for example, during the pandemic, a lot of people couldn't wrap their heads around a threat that they couldn't see. They had difficulty doing something that wasn't in the best interest of themselves, of sacrificing some of their own individual rights, freedoms, etc., to help other people because they couldn't see it with their eyes. Here we can literally see it with our two eyes. Like, it's a physical manifestation of the destruction that has been wrought with unequal power structures, with the abuse of this planet, with the abuse of each other, the abuse of fossil fuels. Is a physical manifestation. And if that's what it gets to people to start making real change and to think in terms of collective good rather than individual profit or desire or will, then man, I'm going to welcome Lady Persephone with open arms. I mean, that to me is just, it's so powerful, right? Those are the thoughts I had coming with it. Like, I, as someone who is very fascinated by Taoist philosophy, I do my best to try to see things in a cyclical fashion rather than pure black and white, good and evil terms. And if the smoking of the skies is something that leads to meaningful change and reform, or if this collective banding together against like destructive data centers actually helps us to move forward into an appreciation of the beautiful resources on this planet, the water, the earth, the animals, the farmable fields that we have, then you can see it as part of this dance of interconnected events. And sometimes we do have to have the extreme negative to be able to understand how to make those changes. Now, I've thought this since I was very young, that humanity is very stubborn and very set in their ways. And it's going to take suffering for people to actually make changes. I wish it wasn't so. And I have spent a lot of my life trying to understand how to mitigate my own and others' suffering. But I do think we do have to get to these extreme things where it's undeniable, where it's like the sky is literally pink with smoke today, and you can't go outside without a gas mask, or it'll be like the equivalent of smoking like 40 cigarettes that day with carcinogenic fumes. I mean, sometimes I just marvel at the dance that we are going through with all of this. So that was some of the most hopeful interpretation of where we're going as a community. Now, just to speak on that a little bit more, there is different possible futures that she imagines. I highly recommend all of you go and look at this book. There is the parts that are associated with collapse. We are seeing our systems collapse in front of our eyes. We're seeing the capitalistic system no longer being able to serve or support any of the people. We're seeing our democratic system starting to collapse under the weight of authoritarianism. We're seeing our environmental systems collapse, not able to be supporting life with the rising of temperatures, with the drying out of moisture that leads to the forest fires. Make no mistake that those forest fires are the result of burning fossil fuels and raising the temperature of the earth to an unsustainable point that dries up all of the ice, or melts all of the ice and dries up all of the water, or leads to extremes in weather like flooding, like forest fires. It's all part of humanity's very real effect on this planet. And we're seeing the collapse of that. We're seeing the collapse of the system that came to rise during the Industrial Revolution. We're seeing the collapse of the rise of, the illusion of American freedom and of freedom in other places in the world. That could lead potentially to revolution. That's another outcome. That we've seen violent revolutions in France. We've seen violent revolutions here in the United States at various times. There is also the opportunity for nonviolent resistance, which Rosie Finn compares to the resistance of Demeter, not being able to bring life when she was mourning the loss of Persephone. That's one choice that we could make that isn't necessarily have to lean into the violence of the French Revolution or something of that nature. She also talks about paradigm shift, where we have a new scientific understanding of the world to a point where it completely changes the way that we act or experience our world. Think about, I don't know if it's even possible for us to think about this because we never knew anything different, but think about the difference of people understanding a heliocentric universe versus an Earth-centric one. It's mind-blowing. There are things like that could be happening in this reform period, where we get so much of a scientific breakthrough that we can't even see the world similarly. And then finally, she talks about a spiritual awakening, which is working on ourselves to examine the type of violence that we perpetuate as a species. How do we start to work on ourselves to think about how we can come into harmony with this beautiful planet, with the cycles of life and death, without having to necessarily go to extremes of power inequalities, of go to the extreme of completely bringing our planet and the life upon it to the brink of extinction for a small handful of people's benefit or for our own conveniences. These are the questions that are going to be coming up. And I think we do get to choose how it unfolds from here. Yes, there will be power players, but I really do believe that when power goes back to the people, guess who the people are? You and I are the people, right? I don't think there's any world leaders here listening to the Spencer Michaud Astrology podcast. And if there are, I hope that you're listening and that you're taking notes and that you're doing your job in service of the people that elected you to represent them. But for the most part, it's probably just regular folks, you and me, just trying to make ends meet. And we are the people that are being empowered through Persephone's revolution in the southern declination of Pluto in the reform period. And we get to choose how we respond to the very real pressures that we are experiencing. Do we respond with cultivating inner peace that will then lead to externalized actions that reform our worlds around us? Do we cultivate violence within ourselves that add to the violence in the world, that perpetuates cycles of violence with ourselves and with the planet? That's a real question to be answered. And as someone with Pluto and Libra, my answer is balance, peacemaking, harmony. Your answer might be different based on where your Pluto is. But for me, it's through building bridges and finding and understanding multiple perspectives and negotiating something that can lead to a more peaceful experience on this planet. All right, I'm going back through the chat here. We've got more explanations of the radio frequencies. Birds chirping, the solar dawn choir, natural radio frequency sounds like the sunrise that resembles birds chirping. As the waves entering Earth's magnetosphere, cusps at 60 degrees north can be recorded with a BNC antenna. That's cool. I'll have to check that out. Kate says, off topic or topic adjacent. I mean, there aren't many people, but I can mention this too. I was bitten with Persephone. Was bitten with Persephone. Joined my moon, Pallas, Athena, joined my sun. You have to explain more on that, Kate. I don't understand what you were trying to express. Maybe a good time to eat some pomegranate seeds for protection. Yes, I could see that. I think working with Persephone is important. And I think that the other thing to consider when Persephone becomes empowered, I mean, I really just want to, I love the way that Rosie Finn talks about awakening. I want to read a little bit of that to you. It's just worth it to hear it. Because I think sometimes we get stuck in certain narratives. So, Rosie is talking about transforming into from an abducted victim into queen. It says Persephone's actual transformation from abducted victim into queen, from tricked into empowered, is omitted from the myth. We are left with our imaginations, our psychological musings, and our spiritual perspectives to suss out exactly how this happened. Without a role model or support system, she found a way to become kind and wise. This is where the older matriarchal myth offers more insight. Persephone is born with a desire to support the dead. She witnessed her mother being neglectful to the dead, and in an act of rebellion, dove into the underworld to serve. In the Vedic story of the god of the dead, Yama, also the Sanskrit name for the planet Pluto, is the feminine and masculine archetypes are interwoven, and there is no abduction. According to the Rig Veda, Yama and Yami were twins, brother and sister. Yama volunteered to be the first god to die. He then became the ruler of the dead, both of heaven and hell. Yami grieved for her dead brother. To help with her grief, Brahma, the god of creation, birthed the night and dreams, a time of relief for Yami and the depth of her sadness. Both of the earlier myths, constructed prior to the dark patriarchal time we find ourselves in now, omit any abduction, and therefore no awakening is required. One could argue that over the past 4,000 years, a certain amount of bad karma has accrued within the human condition. I'm not talking about murder and violence on an individual level. I'm talking about the bad karma of a society that believes that war is just, that turns a blind eye to genocide and institutionalizes racism. Littered throughout recorded history are societies and crowds that have cheered for the suffering of others. Leaders have felt backed into a corner by the people to go to war. This aspect of humanity is not over. Still today, people in the United States are arguing to incarcerate immigrants, torture Muslims for no reason, and to outlaw services that will alleviate the suffering in many. This aspect of humanity did not need to be addressed in the pre-patriarchal myths, as perhaps it did not exist. In archaeological digs of the ancient Happaran society, there is a notable lack of weapons and instruments of war. Our modern day myth, if we can call the ancient Greeks modern day, of Hades and Persephone, offers a potential for healing, for equality, and for unity needed in the world where violence is acceptable and even at times condoned. As we enter a time in Pluto's cycle when healing and unity is possible, it is time to dive into the underworld, discover our inner resources, and emerge merciful and wise. She talks about having having a boyfriend that was an activist, and her relationship to like a new age movement, right? And the difference between her decision to meditate and to go off into like almost like an ashram state, and he being on the front lines. And she goes through a longer story that I'm going to skip. But she said, in the end, I'd like to think that we activated each other. I pushed him to look at his stuff, and he pushed me to get out into the streets. I still think that the New Age detour of hippie activists was essential. The French Revolution led to Napoleon's autocracy for a reason. Violence can only get us so far and eventually leads to more violence. The success of the American Revolution may be placed not just on the activists who killed the Redcoats, but also on the peace-loving, nonviolent Quakers who played such a large part in creating the new country. This combination of revolt, nonviolent resistance, and listening leaders intertwined prior to reform time into a transition where collapse was not the main outcome, not just in the US, but also in the Netherlands, Russia, France, and Peru. If we can't get along with our partner, our kids, our neighbors, how can we create a new world? How can we change the deep underpinnings of greed and hate if we cannot do it within ourselves? I am not suggesting that we need to be perfect. We just need to be better. Persephone found a way to be better. No one did this for her. It isn't even mentioned, most inside jobs are not. Since the Justice time in the 1980s, hordes of people have gone underground to do inside work. Therapy is a mainstream word now. Meditation and nonviolent communication are practiced by millions. Certainly enough people to turn this humanity ship around. While the external work of community building, demonstrating, and funding nonprofits has continued to grow in free countries throughout the world, a simultaneous transformation from within has been happening. Post-traumatic stress syndrome is understood, diagnosed, and treated in those who have suffered from war and abuse, offering an end to the repeating pattern of trauma, victim to perpetrator to victim, and so on. This is the secret doorway, the unexpected reveal, the game changer that no one anticipates or expects. As consciousness triggers more consciousness, as more peace lovers find themselves ready for activism, one small ripple initiates a movement that crests into awakening. Awakening is the course correction, a change in direction that rectifies past abuses. Persephone's awakening in myth is her rise to power. It is also the compromise, the acceptance of her fate, and her transformation from victim to wise ruler. She herself now decides the fates of others with greater justice and compassion than was shown to her. Let me repeat that. She herself now decides the fates of others with greater justice and compassion than was shown to her. In a viral video made during the George Floyd protests, Kimberly Latrice Jones ended her moving speech, a speech using monopoly as a metaphor for the oppression of Black people in the United States, with the quote, "And they are lucky that what Black people are looking for is equality and not revenge." This is a Persephone quote. Mythology is full of gods and goddesses seeking revenge. It is seen as both a human and godlike characteristic, but Persephone does not seek revenge. She moves into power and finds equality. It is this trait in this goddess that comes to the fore during reform, the absence of revenge. Persephone forgives and moves into equality. In our current cycle, the roots of awakening that started during the Vision time, the 1860s, include a combination of spiritual and psychological probing, a time when introspection and healing became something not just for monks and healers. It was a time when spiritual healing and deep internal exploration became available to the everyday person. This outreach has emerged and strengthened throughout this cycle and is one that gives hope for awakening. No longer is religion itself the only way to evolve or be redeemed. No longer does one need to be born into the right sect or be educated or meditate on a mountaintop. The mountaintop has come to humankind. Education and awareness are shared with greater and greater ease, both through the equanimous sharing of generous people and through freely available technologies. I mean, I love that. Persephone forgives and moves into equality. It's the absence of revenge. I mean, I just want to say that multiple times. Like, she becomes empowered by not perpetuating the cycle of violence, by not perpetuating the victim, abuser, victim, abuser, victim, abuser, by stepping outside of it completely. And I think that's an opportunity that we have as a community if we learn from the story of Persephone. And it gives me hope. It gives me a lot of hope that whatever this reform is, this revolution, whatever it is, it doesn't have to be a complete violent collapse of everything around us. It just needs to start with personal forgiveness and treating each other with respect, and even treating people that were perpetuating some of this violent cycle better than we received. You know, it makes me emotional just thinking about it. All right. Let's see. I'm going to go back and look at this here. We've got some nice comments. Karen says, yes, here too, the smoke has been bad all week. It feels like the suburbs of Mordor. Absolutely. And Murmur, I don't mean to skip over all of the conversations with the frequency stuff, but that might have to be a conversation for another day, friend. Natalia says, the Return of Persephone could be a title for a blockbuster sequel. Ooh, I like that. I like it. Yes, that's great, Natalia. Let's see. Bitten born. Okay. Sirius is here. It says Pluto is stinking on my Mercury, 4 degrees Aquarius in the 5th, and I'm not sure if I have to sell my vinyl or buy more. Should I be a DJ or should I wait to stick to visual arts? Should I move to Mexico? I think what you should do, Sirius, is start with learning how to be a peaceful revolutionary and learning to take your internal experience and move through any feelings of wanting to perpetrate violence on the face of the earth, and starting to work through forgiveness and through bringing life and equality back to the planet. That's what I think you should do. Okay. So that's the 11th. That's right before the eclipse, right? And I thought it was worth some extra time to spend with Persephone and with Pluto here because, again, one of the more hopeful readings of our future that I've come across in a long time. And I've been feeling a little bit, it's been difficult for me to find some hope lately. And this is one of the moments where I was like, oh, maybe we are rounding the bend towards a more just civilization. Maybe we can extricate ourselves from the rise of tyrannical power and then the necessity to reform against it and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, into an infinity, you know? All right. I appreciate you, Murmur. Okay. Let's keep going. Here's our eclipse day. So we go from this Pluto out of bounds and we go into this eclipse. So here is the eclipse. New moon solar eclipse, Leo 3, 20 degrees of Leo. And I will do an entire weekly live stream on this, but just to get our feet wet with it, right? We have a lot of things happening around this period, okay? We have the South Node very close to the fixed star Regulus. So a reduction of people who have been elevated, right? A draining away of power. There's a certain president of the United States that has his ascendant really close to Regulus, and this South Node eclipse is going to be exactly on his ascendant. Venus is going to be exactly conjoining Donald Trump's Neptune. So that's interesting correlation. We have a Venus-Uranus square that's inherent within this. We have the eclipse itself making a whole sign trine to Saturn retrograde in Aries. We just are coming off of a Jupiter Cazimi and oppositions between Jupiter and Pluto and Mercury and Pluto. I think this is the drain, the processing of our desire and need to keep fighting a losing battle or fighting at all costs. You know, this is the beginning of a longer, maybe 6 month, maybe 18-year cycle of stepping down off of royal thrones and knowing when to say, this is enough. Maybe it's not just Donald Trump. Maybe Donald Trump is a figurehead for a larger generation of people or cycle and perpetuation of violence and of greed that we are stepping away from, where we move away. I think that we could even have the potential of this is us stepping away from profit at all costs and defending our individual rights at the expense of everybody else. At least I hope it is, because it's not working. I look outside my window right now and I can't even see the sky because it's so filled with toxic smoke, right? It's been 100 degrees in the last couple of days. It's not sustainable. This earth is suffering, and we are suffering as a part of nature and a part of earth. And maybe this is the time where we start stepping down off of defending that way of life. All right. On a personal level, if there's some belief system that you've been overly attached to, this could be the moment where you are starting to feel a little bit differently about it. One thing I didn't put in here is I didn't put the Leo 3 slide on here. So if we look at Leo 3, we've got that tarot card associated with the Seven of Wands. It's called the Lord of Valor. Austin Cobbett calls it the banner. Now, normally, I would say that the energy of this decan is having your back against the wall and being able to fight your way out. Like it's like you are finding some passion deep inside of you. It's a Mars ruled decan to keep fighting the battle. As a person who has this rising this Decan rising. There have been times and situations in my life where I've, like, whether it was sports or whatever, when I was an athlete as a child, as a teenager, I wasn't the fastest, I wasn't the biggest, I wasn't the strongest, but my will was really strong to the point where I would just go out and throw my body around without any concern for my health or well-being and just injure myself all the time, right? And it led to some moments of glory and success, and it led to a lot of pain, you know. I fought battles like this when I was a young person. I was comparing this the other day to my desire to pursue a vegan lifestyle at one point in my life. And because I care about the animals and life and the sacredness of life on this planet, I disagreed with industrial farming and all these things. And I made it everybody's problem around me. Like I was vehemently in defense of like not eating meat. Now, as I learned more about the cycle of life, I still believe in not supporting factory farms. But I started to come to the understanding that even just eating plants, it still is consuming the life. And is the consciousness of one type of life more sacred than the consciousness of another type of life? And there's I understand other arguments around environmental impact of eating meat. And I think that balance around that is important. The point being is that I came down off of a hardline belief that I was making everyone else's problem. I would go and I would show up to a meal, and if anyone was eating anything that I didn't like, I would just like take it to them and shame them. And this is the type of energy that Leo 3, when they are feverishly stubborn about their belief, that they will fight with every inch of their being to the point of exhaustion. And I've had to learn over time that there are certain battles that I can fight, and there's certain ones that I cannot win. I've learned that generally, I try to stay out of conflict with individuals where we're fighting from a place of equality. I would rather fight and punch up towards systemic issues that affect everyone. I'm going to use that Leo energy to punch up rather than to take down somebody either weaker or even someone who isn't equal. I've made mistakes like that in the past, and it was very painful for both parties. And I think that this is an opportunity to examine where in our life, and everyone has these, everyone has belief systems that they're willing to die on that hill for. And this eclipse says, which hills do we need to stop defending? Which hills are it's not worth dying on? Where do we need to let go and just wash our hands of it and say, you know what? I can't fight that fight anymore. That's not even helping anybody. And this eclipse is going to be really powerful for that moving forward. Okay. Let's see. Jatin Bedi is here. It says, what's up? How you doing? So how is the astrology different from Vedic one? That is a long conversation, but long story short, different zodiacs, based on the tropical zodiac versus the constellational one. So that's my short answer on that. Taku says, Spencer, what are your thoughts on starting something new or launching a new project around eclipse season? That's a good question, Taku. I think that the energy will be supported if it is in alignment with what the nodes are asking you to do. I think that this could be the launching of a dismantling of an old belief system, or coming down off of a hard line stance that you feel like you want to defend with every inch of your being. If that's the project that you're launching, of stepping down off of your desire to defend yourself against people that you will never be able to make happy, then yeah, go ahead, launch it. But if it's some new project that you're trying to launch that is about standing up for what's right, no matter what, I don't think it's going to work, because the South Node is a disruption from that. It is a place where we have to step away from that type of thinking and open ourselves to moving on, right? So it just depends on what you're trying to launch. It is a new moon, so it is an initiation of something, but I do think it's the beginning of letting go when it's a South Node eclipse. So how can you come into alignment with beginning to let go of something? And in this case, how can you begin to let go of stubbornness around defending something, some part of yourself even, that you want people to acknowledge, to validate? This is the project that I think would work is, how do we stop seeking validation from external sources at this eclipse? How do we start bringing that validation back into an internal experience rather than an external one? And social media has really changed this in a lot of ways. It's rewarded conflict. The algorithms reward, calling people out and getting into beefs with people, and we seek validation through conflict. And I really think it's super toxic, and it's something that it makes me not want to participate in social media really at all. Like I try to keep my try to keep myself focused on the work that I'm doing and on calling truth to power, punching up, rather than calling out other creators. I think that's a Sisyphean task, and that perpetuates a cycle of victim and abuse over and over and over and over again. And this is something that we might have to work through at this eclipse, is how do we pull ourselves and extricate ourselves from those sideways conflicts and work on teaming up together to be able to destroy the oppressive systems. Like, here's an example. Smashing the patriarchy isn't calling out a fellow creator if they use a word that you don't like. Smashing the patriarchy is disassembling a system that has created inequality in the world. That's the type of battles that I think that this new moon solar eclipse is going to be perpetuating and starting to initiate on in the world. How do we dismantle oppressive power structures that are unfair, right? And how do we do that through building more positive leadership? How do we do that through kindness? How do we do that through forgiveness? How do we become Persephone revealed and forgive those that we feel have wronged us and treat them better, because we want to create and set an example for how people should be treated into the future? Okay, I think that's an important part of this eclipse. Let's see. Leo Manor says, "Oh no, not that tarot card. The witchcraft opens up the demonic. Stay away from it." I don't know what that means. I think that every tarot card has wisdom to it, and these images are representing a different part of life, a different stage of life. And every single stage of life has validity, usefulness, wisdom to share with us. So I think that when we're afraid of certain tarot cards, or think that certain tarot cards open portals or things like that, it's just not true. Natalia says, "I sure hope so. Right now I feel that Russia, where I grew up, Israel, where I'm based, and the poor US are looking at each other as a three-sided prism when it comes to figures in power." Yeah, definitely. All three of those places have despotic leadership that the masses are suffering under the weight of right now. And it's going to be really interesting to see how those power dynamics change. Devin says, "Taku, be aware of what dragon you're typing your thing to. You can use the Saros cycle to look at what other things have been part of this eclipse dragon. Like, this eclipse is part of a foundation of the Merriam-Webster American English Dictionary first edition, which was a big deal. This eclipse is at 126. Really speaks to me. Thank you. Currently having my nodal return." There you go. Me too. I'm having a nodal opposition coming up here. So yeah. Imagurari. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. What does it feel like? Modern astrology tends to glorify even the negative aspects of Saturn and vilify even the positive aspects of Neptune. Is this tendency a reflection of our times? What does it feel like? Why does it feel like modern astrology tends to glorify negative aspects of Saturn? Does it? I mean, I guess it just depends on who's the mouthpiece. I think there's plenty of modern astrologers who have a good relationship with Saturn. And there's plenty of modern astrologers that, or there's plenty of astrologers that have a negative aspect of Neptune in their life, you know? I think that it just depends on the individual. And I think that when we make collective statements about that, we're falling into a trap. And I think that take each individual as they come with it. And I know that there are trends with that, but I think that it really just depends on who's delivering the message. Devin says, witchcraft was a word used to disempower land-based cultural practices. Yeah, it seems like that was a little bit of a happening in our chart here, or in our chat here today. So I don't know. We can agree to disagree on things too. If people have opinions on their experiences of certain tarot cards or certain descriptions of planets, I mean, it's okay to have an opinion on things. How do we have discussions around those things? And it's okay for me to disagree on things and still appreciate your humanity, right? All right, that's our eclipse. It starts off an eclipse period. Let's keep going because we're getting close to the 3-hour mark and we're halfway through the month. I know we have a lot to talk about today, but I'm going to run out of steam if I don't keep going here. The moon will be void of course, okay, right after the eclipse. We talked about that at the very beginning of the broadcast. So the moon goes void for about 54 hours and 53 minutes on the 13th. All right, so it's going to first make that aspect to, it's going to make the aspect a sextile to Mars. So it's void in this chart that I have here. It makes a sextile to Mars, and then it's void, of course. It's not going to make any other traditional aspects until it squares Mars at 2 degrees of Libra to Cancer. The first actual aspect is a square to Uranus, but since we don't necessarily consider that, or traditional authors didn't consider Uranus as involved in the conversation, I don't use that as the first aspect. But it would be interesting to see if there's observations that happen after this eclipse when the moon makes the square to Uranus, because that's technically the first aspect that happens after the moon is released from the bond. So test it out in theory. The void of course Hellenistic moon is a opportunity to work within the liminal spaces within your life. Hold on a second. We got a siren going on that is distracting. Void of course moons can represent difficulty bringing something into being. The way I like to handle void of course moons in the Hellenistic style, which only happen much more rarely than the modern interpretation, I like to purge my spaces. Instead of starting something new, instead of scheduling something that I know may be corrupted or not work out the way I hope, I like to use that time to get rid of stuff. I've used moon void of course periods to like get rid of a bunch of shit in my basement at one point, to purge my attic. Like, it's great for purging, right? Because you're not necessarily as attached to the outcome. You're just like getting rid of stuff. You're not trying to bring something into being. You're trying to get rid of it. So this is the way that I've been dealing with the void of course moons. But try not to make enormous consequential decisions for a few days after the eclipse, because you need to kind of get your bearings with it as well. Kate says, I agree, Selene, along with disqualification of women in medicine, right, with the witchcraft discussion. Natalia said, by the way, Austin Kopic's definition of Leo 3 is very accurate. Apparently my moon at 23 Leo has to do with my definition as the campaigner, according to the Myers-Briggs 16 personality test. I love Austin's work. I mean, he was one of the main influences in a lot of the work that I do as well. And that banner experience of Leo 3 is being able to dig deep for a cause that you believe in deeply. In this case, if you are doing so, it may have to be in service of something greater than yourself, right? In service of something collective rather than something personal. Kate says, Pluto out of bounds dates. Is this correct, Spencer? August 2025 to November 2035. Yes, but it will go out of bounds and back in bounds at various points. So last August, Pluto went out of bounds for like 4 or 5 months and then went back in bounds. And now it's going out of bounds again this August until December. And then it's going back in bounds, and then it'll go out of bounds again. Sorry, we got a bunch of sirens in the background here today. I live on a both a fire and police route. There's a fire station and a police station like right down the street, so it's constant noise. And when I'm doing these broadcasts, I don't have my earplugs in, which I probably should, but it can be very disruptive. Okay, void of course moon. Don't make a ton of decisions. Purge out the shit in your attic or in your basement, and let the narrative unfold a little bit before you react. Kate says, what's the title of the book you read from? This is called Persephone's Revolution by Rosie Finn. Persephone's Revolution, Pluto's Path to the End of Empire. And it's not end of the empire. It's the end of empire, period. Which is kind of cool. Okay. On the 13th, while the moon is still void, we have Mercury going under the beams of the sun. So here's Mercury at 6 degrees of Leo going under the beams as it makes a sextile with Venus. Okay, so there's a sextile with Venus as it goes under the beams. At the same degree as the full moon that we're going to experience at the end of July, or that the sun is at the full moon, to be more specific, and that Jupiter is Cazimi. So this is a lot of the revelations that we have at the July's full moon in Aquarius. We could be learning new skills around, asking questions around as Mercury goes into the beams, getting ready to Cazimi in the very powerful mercurial sign of Virgo. Mercury will conjunct Jupiter on the 15th. Okay, so here's a Mercury-Jupiter conjunction on the 15th. It also is the same day that the void of course moon will end, not with the Mercury-Jupiter conjunction, but with the square of the moon and Mars here. So Mercury conjoining with Jupiter, bringing skill and vision together, especially for crafting an authentic expression that is in alignment with your inner and outer self. Mars will square Neptune on the 17th. So here is Mars squaring Neptune, right here, from about 3 or 4 degrees of Cancer to 3 degrees of Aries. Mercury will be making a trine to Saturn that same day at 14 degrees Leo to 14 degrees Aries. And then Venus will make a sextile to Jupiter at 10 degrees of Libra. So Mars-Neptune aspects, oftentimes there are 2 ways I've seen this manifest. One being like violent seas or violence at sea. I'm thinking like shark attacks, naval conflicts, explosions at ocean oil rigs or something like that. Also, Neptune is a planet that dissolves the energy of a planet that it contacts, in my experience. So this Neptune contact could be dissolving martial will to continue a conflict. It could be something where we could be feeling just completely exhausted from a conflict with a partner, especially with Mars and Cancer 1. And we could just be like, I'm tired of fighting anymore. I don't want to fight like this. How do we work this out with Venus sextile Jupiter or Mercury trine Saturn? How do we have a mature conversation with one another about our values and the difference between it, and how do we respect each other's values? So this could be even just like a calling of a halt to a conflict just because we're too tired to keep it up anymore. On the 18th, Jupiter will emerge from under the beams. So this is Jupiter at 10 degrees. emerging from under the beams of the sun. So a lot of the realizations that you came to in July could start to see results for. The work that you've done for being a more authentic version of yourself, of changing beliefs that you've been fighting that are no-win situations, and coming down off of the hill and stop trying to die on the hill that you're absolutely going to die on. I would say too, retreat does not necessarily mean shame. Retreat can be living to fight another day. Like, if it's just about strategy sometimes too. Sometimes we have to be the first to walk away from a battle so that we can, gain strength for something else in the future. This might be part of this too. So how do we express ourselves more in alignment and in ways that will receive validation for our authenticity without being attached to it? That's the real dichotomy with the North Node in Aquarius and all this stuff happening in Leo, is how do we be true to ourselves, but then release attachment to external validation. The validation is internal. How do we say, hey, you know what? I'm going to do this thing because it's the right thing to do. It's in alignment with my truth, but I don't need a parade for it. I don't need, I know that it's going to affect the next 7 generations, but it might not pay immediate dividends. Those are the kinds of conversations that you might be having when Jupiter is emerging from the beams, and then with the arrangement with the nodal axis in Aquarius and Leo. Let's see. Yeah, Kate says it'll ebb and flow in and out within its 10-year period. Yep, you're right. That's with Pluto out of bounds. Natalia says definitely, 2 years ago when the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny was murdered in prison, I was in charge of his memorial corner in Jerusalem, which I maintained for the next 6 months. Oh my gosh. You've been right on the front lines of all this really important historical stuff there, Natalia. So, man, you probably got a really interesting perspective on what all's going on right now. So it's fascinating to hear that. Karen says that Mercury-Jupiter conjunction is after a reformation, I believe, which I find notable. Ooh, good catch, Karen. Very good catch. So what Karen is referring to is when Mercury was going to come together with Jupiter in the sign of Cancer, it turned retrograde, Mercury did, before it can complete it. So we had this coming together of skill and vision, of question and answer. And now this is the coming together, but maybe in a more authentic way. Because of Mercury's reformation in Cancer, we probably got some more information that we needed. And now we can move forward with confidence into the new state of being, into new authenticity. So I like that a lot, Karen. Good job. Katie Loves Pink is here. This is Caught the Live on my lunch break. Hi, Spencer. Nice to see you, Katie. Hope everything's going well your way. I always read that as Katie loves Spink, and Spink feels like a dirty word. But pink, yes, you love pink. I digress. Sorry. Jupiter emerges as the morning star. That leads us into the first quarter moon, which we discussed a little bit earlier. And let's go to the degree of it. So you can see here the moon is coming into a square with the Leo sun. Now, I find this a little bit fascinating because, first of all, the sun is going to be on a fixed star called Alphard, which is associated with the poison of the Hydra. And it could lead to understanding the way that we express ourselves or the way that we go about our business that is toxic. And I think it's really important to identify how our self-expression can be toxic at times so that we can start to reform that way of being. And with the South Node conjoining with the Sun in the next few days after this, it's, again, recognizing those toxic habits. Toxic pride is a really important kind of thing to think about. We didn't really talk about this at the eclipse, but where does our pride get engaged, where we can't stop fighting, when we're just saying the same thing in circular conversations over and over again because we just can't let it go. And that becomes so toxic eventually to everyone around us, including ourselves. We hurt ourselves doing that. And the sun conjoining the south node at this last quarter moon, it's draining away some of that toxicity, that toxic pride, where we dig our heels in and we aren't able to just like walk away from something. We may be tempted to keep glamorizing the old form. We may have to examine the sewers of our life, the situations that we get in that are really nasty and full of shit and bullshit, right? This is what the third decan of Scorpio allows us to do if we're utilizing it properly. We can go into the more taboo, dark spaces of our life and really utilize that energy to return it back to the earth, to let it go, to go through the alchemical process of the Negredo phase is what Austin talks about in that decan, of transforming the feces matter into gold eventually, right? Or the lead into gold. Sometimes it's feces, sometimes it's gold, or lead, excuse me. If we're not utilizing this energy consciously, we may glamorize the old form that is no longer bringing us vitality. We may try to keep something alive. We might keep a conflict alive, right? We might be tempted to keep a conflict alive that is way past its prime, that needed to be put to bed yesterday, okay? So be careful about glamorizing an old form in your life, especially related to pride. Utilize the energy of the Scorpio moon to putrefy that which is a form that isn't serving you anymore. Because what you're doing in that phase is you're liberating the spirit from the body. And that's important because when you liberate a spirit from a dead body or from a dead form, it is free to find a new form, a new body that will support the spiritual energy and vitality. And you could think of that metaphorically too, is sometimes we have to let go of old forms that aren't serving us or other people anymore. And we have to go through the letting go process so that we can live again. If we get into holding on to the old form, we do more and more horrific things like a vampire. We kill people to keep ourselves alive. We, like Norman Bates, having his mother just like in the basement telling him what to do. We're glamorizing this form that is long since past its prime, right? And he is perpetrating more and more horrific things in service of this thing that no longer is living. So examine the parts of your life where you might be perpetuating more and more debauchery, violence, addiction that isn't serving you, that you just need to let go of at this first quarter moon on the 19th. That will lead to the opposition between Venus and Saturn. Taxidermy, Kate says, yes. Yes, there you go. It feels, but at the same time, you don't expect the taxidermied animal body to be a living thing anymore, right? Like it's like for people who like, I don't know if people like have taxidermy with their pets or something. The pet's not going to snuggle you in its taxidermied form. It really, at the end of the day, it's a good memory, but that memory might bring more pain. And if you release the form of one particular, I don't know, cherished pet back to the earth, it would free the love that you felt for that cherished pet to find a new form. This is something I experienced really strongly when I lost one of my soulmate cats named Kitty Bear in 2017. I didn't lose the capacity to love another creature. It had to find a new form, and it did. And the love was so strong it couldn't be contained with just one cat. I had two cats that came into my life that I distributed that love to, and it's really powerful. And that's something that is really hard to do with when we get attached to things. Like how do we redistribute the animating force of love that is working through us? Natalia says, thanks, Spencer. I also find today's message useful. Tomorrow I'm supposed to take part in a friend's concert, and as we barely rehearse, the only way to enjoy it would be to make it about him and not me. Yeah, I mean, there are some times when we have to make those sacrifices, right? That is a real challenge, right? That's a real challenge sometimes when we have to go through and I don't know, subordinate ourselves to the situation. That's actually a hexagram in the I-Ching 54, subordination. And it's one part of a phase, right? It doesn't mean we have to stay in that forever, but sometimes there's situations where that is the correct response to do. Kate says, speak for yourself, Spencer, about letting go of old cherished pets. But Kate, do you just have taxidermied animals all over your house? I'm just imagining just like a room full of cats and dogs and birds staring at you. Oh man. It reminds me I need to bury the hamsters in my freezer. I've been there, Kate. I have been there. I have not been above putting a deceased cherished companion in the freezer. I get it. I totally understand that energy. And yes, it's a good reminder to return them back to the earth. Okay. And I mean that for pets, not for people. Don't keep grandma in the freezer, right? Probably shouldn't keep your pets in the freezer either, but we all go through the grieving process in a slightly different way. Kate says, Natalia, thank you for honoring his death with such dedication. Yes, I agree. Okay. So Venus opposite Saturn. Here we have Venus moving into this opposition with Saturn at 14 degrees. Okay. And Venus is attempting to make a bargain, to make an agreement, to make a negotiation on this time period or in this space. The challenge that we have is that Saturn may be attached to a selfish position. Saturn is making it difficult potentially to reach an agreement. Now, I will say this. What we didn't acknowledge about Saturn in August here is that it's retrograde. And we've been working with a Vedic technique or a Jyotish technique in Eastern astrology, for those of you who are asking about that earlier, on a retrograde planet in its fall or its exaltation can sometimes act as its opposite. So this retrograde Saturn could potentially be acting like an exalted Saturn in Libra, which gives me a little bit more hope about this Venus-Saturn opposition, that maybe instead of just Saturn blocking the ability to negotiate like Venus has here, that there might be more potential for finding an agreement or finding conciliation or finding or appreciating someone else's perspective with this particular Venus opposition with Saturn retrograde. On the 22nd, the Sun conjoins the South Node. Again, when we're faced with negotiations, at some point, we have to give and take, right? We have to give a little bit in a negotiation. We can't just draw our line in the sand and say, no, these are the only terms that I will accept. With the Sun and the South Node, we're reducing the need to say, it's my way or the highway, right? We might have to come down off of a fixated belief so that we can find harmony with somebody else, especially with the Sun moving through the South Node here, okay? The Sun moves into Virgo that same day, so we'll talk about the Sun in Virgo 1. Let's see. So let's talk about Virgo 1. Before we do that, do me a favor, friends. We've been going for about 3 hours plus here. I need a little stretch. Do me a favor, like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support the work that I'm doing here, you can buy a super chat while I'm live here today, or you can go to buymeacoffee.com. Really does make a difference. You can sign up for a reading at spencermichaud.com. You can support my beautiful partner at Third Coast Mojo by purchasing some of her wonderful things on Etsy. All of those things help me to stay afloat and to do the work that I'm doing. You can sign up for the newsletter, which would be great. On the hierarchy of easy things to do, though, liking the video, subscribing, leaving a comment, all of those things are helpful as well. Okay, let's talk about Virgo. Let's talk about Virgo. Natalia says, that's all or nothing in Leo 3. There's a bit of that. Yes, there is a little bit of that in Leo 3. And again, I've had to learn that the hard way, Natalia, as a Leo 3 ascendant, as with the North Node there too, is I have moments of my own autocratic demands. And I've had to work really hard on that as a person, especially with my family. You know, like as a parent, sometimes I am patient, but to a point. And when my patience runs out, there's kind of a like, this isn't a negotiation anymore. You're going to do what I say, or like that. Like it doesn't really work very well. It doesn't work well, period. But it works even less well when your kids grow up or become teenagers or whatnot. And my beautiful daughter is also a Leo 3 ascendant, and as she was growing into a teenager, we had some epic battles of like who was going to die on what hill. And at the end of the day, everybody lost. And I've had to think a lot about that kind of experience, right? And for you parents out there who have a lot of Leo 3 stuff or have Leo 3 children, you know, you got to know when to say when. And it is a really important life lesson to know when to step down and say, you know what, we need to kind of just go to our separate corners, and maybe after some time passes, we can re-engage in this, or we can just move on. You know, this again, I'll reiterate, one of the best things I've learned in an argument is, and my partner has taught me this a lot too. She's just kind of a saint when it comes to this kind of thing. Being able to take a time out and just stop arguing for a period of time can really save you from saying or doing things that you regret. And it can lower the temperature and the volume on all of these things. And it is a really good skill to learn. I've gotten a lot better at knowing when to stop defending my point. I'm still not always great at it, especially if it's something that I'm really passionate about and really truly believe in. But I'm learning the value of saying, you know what? Okay. Like if someone has reached their limit and they're expressing to me that they've reached the limit of what they can hear from me, then I have to say, you're right. I will go off into this other space. It doesn't mean that we have given up. It just means that we're taking a breather to create some space between the feeling and the actual desire to move forward with something with actionable with it, right? And I tell you what, it is a really important life skill to learn, especially for Leo 3s. Kate says, someone wise once said, you can be a little vegan, a little vegan with exceptions. It's still worth it. It's still good. Yes. And just piggybacking on the point that we were making earlier, I still do. I eat some meat now, but I try not to buy from factory farms. Like the meat that we eat is from local farmers that we know exactly how those animals are treated. You know, so we know exactly. We've met some of them, in fact. So there are different ways to kind of find happy mediums within some of this, even if it's a belief that is very strongly held. We've also just started eating way, way, way less beef in particular, because beef in particular takes up a lot of fossil fuels and destroys a lot of rainforest and things like that. I don't think we eat meat. We don't eat beef like more than once a month or something now. It's very rare. And a lot of that is for environmental reasons. So there are some compromises that you can make along the way. Kate says, as far as consumerism, that's how I roll. I avoid supporting big corporations as best I can. That is a good start, right? That's a great start. Natalia says the Russian Orthodox Church offers intermittent veganism path, which I'm currently following. For the most part, it works well. Yeah, I agree. So again, how do we find that middle ground that is based on functional living rather than idealistic living that can get us really in trouble? I struggle with this, friends. But another example of this, and then we'll move on to Virgo 1. I really strongly believe in my ethics, and especially with my ethics of trying to do as little harm as I can in my business life. I really strongly believe in not exploiting people business-wise. And it's been really hard for me to like marry my idealism and my strong belief with that, with the reality of my situation. Like I've lived at the very edge of poverty for a long time. And there comes a certain point where you have to make some compromises with things. And it doesn't mean we have to compromise necessarily with capitalism, but we have to find new ways to engage with certain belief systems that are self-destructive, if that makes sense. And this is really the opportunity with Leo and the South Node in the third decan. How do we get rid of the self-destructive beliefs that we're holding on to stubbornly, just either out of pride or out of idealism or things like that? Okay, Virgo 1. So this is the movement of the sun out of its domicile in Leo into and away from, starting to move away from the South Node, okay? And it's moving into the domicile of Mercury. It is moving into a decan that is associated with the 8 of Pentacles, all right? It is a solar-ruled decan in a Mercury-ruled sign, the first decan. Austin Coppock calls it the Lord of, a tree-bearing fruit, Book T in the Book of Thoth call it the Lord of Prudence. And there's a spirit in this decan called Themis, which Themis was the voice of the oracle. So Themis was able to interpret the messages given to her by Apollo sitting as the oracle of Delphi. So Themis sort of teaches rules of engagement or rules of incarnation as well, teachers of rules of physical incarnation. So this is what we see in this figure here, this apprentice who's working very diligently on his craft. He's learning about learning the skills and rules of physical incarnation. This is also the decan that has the fixed star Regulus in it now at 0 degrees of Virgo, as it has precessed away from 28, 29 degrees Leo into the sign of Virgo. It's also a fixed star called Thuban in this decan at 7 degrees of Virgo, which is associated with the hoarding dragon. I have Jupiter on this decan, so I hoard books. Like I hoard wisdom. But one of the things about Thuban is you can't hang on so tightly to it. So part of the Thuban energy that you get on the channel is me just trying to share all the abundance that I've accumulated, whether it's through facts, wisdom, etc., details. Sometimes it can be a lot, but to me, this is a way of purging and continuing the cycle of giving and receiving on some level. So this is something to consider in Virgo 1 too, is how do you give and receive? Do you have any hoarding tendencies that you need to work through? How do you work with power now with Regulus here? How do you work with acquiring the skills? The sun moving into Virgo can show you a lack of skill as well as the skills that you do have. It brings an awareness to how far you need to go before you become and attain mastery. It's not a bad thing, okay? Sometimes when you're showing the skills that you don't have, it's an opportunity for you to learn something new. This is something that we need to normalize in society as being a student, being an apprentice, not knowing everything. We have all the people in the world that love to tell everyone all the things that they know. We should normalize it being okay to be in process, it being okay to be an apprentice. We don't have to tell everybody how many years we've been practicing or doing something. Why don't we tell people how many years we have to learn something new? That would be great. I'm 46 years old. I hope I have 50 more years of learning new things on this planet. You know what I'm saying? That's my hope. Like, at least uh, that would be great. And that's very Virgo one, right? That is an opportunity to bring awareness to that, the skill set that we need to enclose spirit into matter. Okay. Let's see. Devin says, that's me building Burning Man this year. Virgo one. There you go. Cool. Are you going to build Burning Man and getting building some structures? That sounds like fun. Kate says, I feel your pain, Spencer. We can clutch these values to our own detriment and to the detriment of our loved ones. I think Venus opposite Saturn really highlights this well. The balance is lifelong. I agree. Yeah, 100%. And try not to beat yourself up over it to the ends of the earth, though, too. Like, once we acknowledge some of our weak points, we can move forward into changing and then embracing the results of positive change. Natalia says, oh, so that's why I'm a hoarder. It's my rising at 3 degrees Virgo. I have seen hoarding tendencies with this decade. I'm looking around my office right now and I see a lot of books and a lot of board games. So I am guilty of this. But again, how do we share that abundance? If we become hoarders, we block the flow of it. When you hoard so much in your house that you don't have room for anything else to come in, you've blocked the flow of reciprocity. Kate says, yes, Natalia, I can see how Virgo places would compound the collections of a lunar person with all their memorabilia. Indeed. Devin says, I'm leaving in 2 days before the eclipse, and I'm going to be part of building up and clearing out a Burning Man, going to be in the desert for a month. Wow, that sounds intense. Well, take good care of yourself, Devin. Stay hydrated. Wear your mask in the desert. If you don't feel good, take a break. We just care about your safety out there, friend. But I'm sure it's probably an interesting experience. Okay, let's break it down for the aspects. Bring the chart back to the stage here and see if we can get through the third act of this quickly. We've only got a few more things to go. The longer presentation around Pluto out of bounds took up a lot of our time. So we'll just do a few more things and then we'll wrap for the day. I need to go eat. Mercury conjoins the South Node on the 25th. So we just had the Sun going over the South Node, and now we have the pattern repeating itself. The planet conjoins the South Node in Leo 3 and then moves into Virgo. So the Sun conjoins the South Node in Leo 3 and moves into Virgo. The transition from Leo to Virgo is one of pride to humility. The Leo 3 says, I know this and I know this better than you. And I'm right. And the Virgo 1 says, maybe I don't know anything, all of this. Maybe I need to learn some more things. So this transition could be really powerful, with Mercury helping us to release thoughts that could be arrogant. It could release communication that is too confrontational, and then moving into communication that could be curiosity, with asking and humbling ourselves to learn something new within our lives. Really powerful place for Mercury too, with double dignity in its exaltation and its domicile. So greasing the wheels for much more positive communication moving forward with Mercury and Virgo after it goes through the cleansing and the purging of the South Node. Kate says, I think we're being prudent versus completely, we're prudent versus completely unaware. Burning Man sounds crazy. Be safe and have fun. What an adventure. Yes, I agree. Natalia says, I'm trying to open back up to the flow of putting out clothes on the fence for anyone to take. Then someone left a note there thanking an anonymous giver for her generosity, which felt nice. There you go. Yeah, just being able to share is really important, and you don't even need credit for it. It just feels good. You did the right thing. This is another Virgo thing, is Virgo doesn't necessarily care about the parade like Leo does. Virgo says, I want the job to be done right. Like, I don't care if I get credit for it. This is part of the thing that I kind of pride my, look at the word coming out with the Leo rising, that I is a feature, I think, of my work, is I'd rather do it right than to get some big validation credit for it. And it's important to me. And if I make a mistake, I want to own it and I want to fix it. And I love that we get to continue the conversation with each other about co-creating this together. I will never be upset if you point out a detail that I miss, because I would rather we get the astrology right than me be right. Does that make sense? And that's a very Virgo type of thing. Okay. Oh yes, Burning Man. I don't think I could handle Burning Man though, friends. I don't like being uncomfortable, and just being out in the desert and the heat and the dryness and like sandstorms. It just sounds awful to me. You guys enjoy it, but for me, I would rather be around the trees and like and whatnot. But honestly, it's kind of like Burning Man in Michigan right now. It's just like smoke and dry and hot. Like I've got my own personal Burning Man from the forest fires. Oh boy, I hope we can make some important changes moving forward pretty soon. But we will, right? In the next 10 years. This is bringing us to our Mercury Cazimi on the 27th. So here we see Mercury coming together at 4 degrees of Virgo in a square with Uranus. Okay. So Mercury Cazimi, really powerful Mercury Cazimi for learning something new, for understanding the knowledge that you still need to work through, for understanding the details that you need to move forward in your life. So let's square with Uranus. You might be getting some information that is unexpected. You could be having a new start that you completely were unaware of. Uranus brings us these shocking new revelations. So you could be starting a new communication learning cycle that kind of comes out of the blue and you didn't really see it coming. It could be fun. You know, I mean, Mercury is hosting Uranus at this point. So paying attention to the details could help you with your new exploration process, which is more of a Gemini kind of thing, like the pollinating part of Mercury, the visiting each new flower. Virgo likes to make something with that information. It says, I'm going to gather all that information and hoard it, but I need to make something and process it. And I need to eliminate that which is not useful. That's what happens when we take a bunch of ideas and we turn them into something physical. We take the idea and we get rid of the ideas that don't work. We get rid of the materials that don't work as an artist. We're sometimes when we're a sculptor, we're removing parts of it to create something new, right? And this is part of the Virgoian process. And so we might be having to eliminate some parts of things to be able to expand our ability to explore and to see things from a new perspective. And that is building into the full moon lunar eclipse in the first decan of Pisces. Okay. Natalia says, the Virgo rising in me doesn't want credit, but the Leo moon sometimes takes over. Thankfully, it's in the 12th house, so I can't get too proud after all. Kate says, a Taurus moon at Burning Man? Yeah, I don't know. I will never completely denounce something before I try it, but as someone who like, yes, Kate, yes, there you go. That's what I was trying to get to. Kate says maybe glamping style. Yes, as someone who enjoys a little bit of the creature comforts, I would have to have a pretty nice setup to feel good out there. I just don't like using like porta potties or anything like that. I really like being in my own space and having my own routines. And when I'm out doing this stuff, sometimes it's invigorating, but other times it's just annoying. I don't like sitting on a bunch of toilets that the public's been using. That just sounds awful to me. So to each his own. I'm sure that there's wonderful symbolic connections that people are making through Burning Man. It's just never really been my thing. There's something about it that feels like at one point it was a really positive revolutionary thing, but I just see, and I'm not, Devin, I'm not saying this is you. I know Devin's heart and I know Devin's intention, but it seems like Burning Man has almost become like corporatized on some level. And it's like a bunch of wealthy people going and glamping and doing drugs and hooking up. That's part of it, I'm sure. It's probably not all of it. And maybe I'm speaking on something that I've never experienced in my life. So I apologize if I have mischaracterized it. But yeah, it's just probably not my thing. Okay, full moon, lunar eclipse in Pisces. Let's talk about it. So we just had the Mercury Cazimi. Yeah, Devin says it's its own culture. You can be an anthropologist about it until you go. You can only be an anthropologist about it until you go. True. Very fair. Very fair. And I will readily admit that. I have never experienced it firsthand. And yes, Devin, I know, is not a corporate shill that is going there to do drugs. And maybe you are, I don't know, but I know your heart's in the right place, Devin. And I know that you are going to elevate the spirituality and the purposefulness of that group. And I know that you're probably going to bring just everything good about yourself to that environment. And I think people could learn from you in that environment. So more power to you, friend. Okay. Full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces 1. Here we see, now we switched where Mercury is in the chart. So now Virgo is in the bottom. All right. And we have the moon here at 4 degrees of Pisces. And we have Jupiter hosting the moon from 12 degrees of Leo. And Mercury is hosting the sun from its own sign. So what are we dealing with first full moon and lunar eclipse in Pisces 1? So full moons generally see things coming to fruition. They are peak energetic moments. Things come to light. This is a north node full moon. So this is the increasing awareness of increase. So this could be a peak of leaving something behind, or the initiation of stepping down off of a throne of power. Okay. Its host, Jupiter, is trying to help us be more authentic. So it is an inversion to the moon. So our authenticity might not be as visible. But I do think that the energy of this eclipse, we've just gone through a Mercury Cazimi. We have Mercury and the sun making a square to Uranus. We're getting shocked out of some kind of rut. We're getting a download of information. We may be attempting to create authenticity, Jupiter in Leo 2, by leaving behind something that we've built up, whether it is a persona, whether it is a belief, whether it is a business, whether it's a relationship, whether it's something that we've built up. We are learning when to quit and go off in search of higher purpose and higher meaning. So this to me is a full moon that is leading to a desire to leave, okay? And when we see the full moon in Pisces, it is also bringing an awareness of repetitive internal narratives that we probably need to let go of as well. Okay, this decan is associated with the labyrinth in Austin Coppock's book, like a place where we get lost in these repetitive belief systems, narratives, etc. There's also a siren's call that comes with this, like Odysseus. We talked about the release of the Odysseus movie. It's going to, a peak of the experience of that might be at the end of August, something related to it. It's a calling home to a centeredness, to a sense of self. And sometimes we have to leave behind things that are no longer appropriate for us to find that. It could also be an increased desire to escape from our realities, from our responsibilities, that we have to be careful of that. Oftentimes, Virgo season is very busy. We have a lot of work to do. It's the harvest season. I know for me, I'm a lot of times I'm putting together my classes and advertising and like getting people signed up. It's just a very busy time. But in this eclipse, we might desire to escape from some of that a little bit. So we have to be careful. We have to balance the work with escapism, with getting in touch with our higher self, our soul, etc. There is this tension between earthy groundedness, practicality, and wanting to escape into our imaginations, to go on an internal journey. But again, that journey is being fueled by a search for what is the real me? What is my real authentic expression? I know for me on this channel, like I do a lot of technical astrology, but the truest expression I think of and my truest joy is storytelling. And I've been doing a lot of thinking about how I can incorporate that into my work and into classes and get more in touch with the stories that animate the technical astrology. So this is something that you'll probably see coming in the months ahead, is doing more teaching around myth, story, etc. Because I think it's a true expression of who I am and what ignites my passion. The space math part of it, while I think it is important, and I think it is important to understand those things to be able to see how the myth is perpetuating. It's something that I'm not going to be teaching an astronomy for astrologers class. Do you know what I'm saying? That's just not my wheelhouse. Like, if you guys want to do something like that, a guy like Gemini Brett is amazing at that kind of thing. Gary Caton is amazing at that type of stuff. But for me, I'm more in the Jason Holly kind of zone, the Liz Green zone, Ariel Gutman. Like the myth is so powerful to me, and being able to contextualize that for all of you is something that ignites my passion. So that's sort of the balance that we're trying to feel at this eclipse, is how do we balance out the practical details of things and the meaning that it extracts. Okay. Let's see. Kate says, I think any astrologically aware person anywhere, any event, instantly elevates the space. I agree. And Devin elevates the spaces that he inhabits. He elevates our space here. He brings a lot of wisdom here. So that's why I know that he's going to bring that to Burning Man as well. Let's see. Imagurai says, my Virgo 1 partner of 17 years loves learning random new skills, and somehow these passions always come back later to help him in unexpected ways. That's what I love about him. I'm a Pisces 1. There you go. There you go, right? You've been able to find balance with your partner, and Virgos 1 people are eternal students, and it's okay to be an eternal student, especially if you have prominent placements in Virgo 1. I have Jupiter there, and I really, I know that I will never learn. I will never stop learning. And I don't think I'll ever desire to stop learning. That's why I buy so many books. I want to have more books than I can possibly read in 3 lifetimes, because I never want to feel like I run out of new perspectives or new information or new ways of viewing the world or new ways to communicate spiritual insights and enclose them into a practical form. Yes, I agree. Okay, so that's our full moon lunar eclipse. A letting go process, a desire to escape, a calling home of authenticity that might necessitate leaving behind structures that we've tried to build up in service of trying to learn something new, of becoming an apprentice again. We all go through different phases of our life where we feel like we've attained mastery, and then once we've attained some kind of mastery, we are shown what we don't know. I think that every time I learn something new, it actually sparks 10 more questions, and it shows me how far I actually have to go. And I think this is one of those eclipses that shows us, hey, you know what? It's okay to become an apprentice again. It's okay to continue learning. And it might show you how you need to step down off of the throne of certainty and start getting curious again, and having that be an okay way of creating authenticity. All right. So we got a couple more things here. The moon goes void, of course, on the 28th, as Mercury and the sun square Uranus. So I think we packed that into the eclipse itself, but those two are planets squaring Uranus are a feature of that eclipse. So that means that there's probably something shocking that is communicated to you that may make you desire to leave something behind and start learning something new. All right, that's the way I can simplify that energy of like, holy shit, it's a flash of awareness and new information that says, I didn't know that. Maybe I need to step away in this direction and start going in this other direction, and that will lead me home. Okay. Maybe I need to get rid of this old belief system and embrace some new skill, right? This Persephone's revolution it was an amazing flash of insight today, seeing that, oh my gosh, there might possibly be an end to destructive power structures in my lifetime. That's incredibly inspiring. Now, that's pretty idealistic, but we'll see. If it eliminates the cycle of extreme abuses of power and the need to revolutionize against it, sign me up. That sounds amazing. I would love that. And if we can get through the next decade intact, maybe there is some of the beautiful futures that we've envisioned in like utopic science fiction potentially coming. Who knows? I would welcome it. Maybe there's a solar punk future coming. Let's do it. Let's make manifest the solar punk future of our dreams, where just we work in harmony with nature. We utilize the endless power of this beautiful sun, and just live in harmony with one another because we have enough for each other. And we stop exploiting each other and the earth, and we stop, oppressing, women, minorities, indigenous people, and we start embracing just the love that we have for one another. And man, I would love to see that manifested. Okay. The other thing that's happening on that day is the moon goes void of course again. So when you get that shocking awareness, sit with it for a little while. You don't necessarily have to take an action, because the moon's going to be void again for 2 days. The void of course moon ends on August the 30th. So that's when you might be able to make decisions and take actions that would have a chance of taking root. Says, absolutely, Natalia, an eternal student is the best description. I love it. There you go. Devin says, was this book part of your Mercury Kazemi this month? Yes, I think it was. Along with having, on my Mercury Kazemi moment, I was kicking around some future potential class offerings with some really loyal, amazing people that I work with regularly, some clients that I work with in classes. And was thinking about offering like a fundamentals class, but that wasn't my passion. My passion is storytelling. So I had kind of an aha moment that I'd really like to just engage in teaching myth and having it be applicable to astrology. So like what's cooking in the hopper is mythology for astrologers, and really diving in over a long period of time with the stories and the myths. One of the things that sparked this, Devin, was I started reading about Hermes from Liz Green's Inner Planets, and it started me reading the Homeric hymns, and I was getting some insight into Hermes in that regard. And I just want to be able to sit down for an entire year with people and just go through this myth, or just the myths from various cultures. And it's going to take a while. It's going to take a long time. It's not something we can do in just a couple weeks. So it's something that's simmering in my mind. And I almost don't want to talk about it that much before it's formed, because sometimes when we talk about things, it feels like we've accomplished it. But that was part of my Mercury Kazemi moment. And this Persephone's revolution is reaffirming that, because utilizing the energy of Persephone in story, but combining it with the technical knowledge that Rosie Finn has, gives it such powerful meaning. And yes, maybe hope for the future with seeing an end to the corruption that we're experiencing right now makes me extremely hopeful and even more fired up to do the work necessary to bring about that change, right? So, okay. The void of course moon ends on the 30th, and then we have one more aspect for the month on the 31st, where the void of course moon ends with let's see when it begins and ends, just so you can kind of. It is beginning with the moon trining Mars, okay, from Pisces at 10 degrees of Pisces to 10 degrees Cancer with moon to Mars on the 28th, and then it ends when the moon squares Mars, okay, on the 30th. So that's our ending of our void of course moon, okay? So it's ending with the square at about 12 degrees. There it is, right? Yeah. Because that's the first traditional aspect that it's making. You just have to trust me. On the 31st, Venus enters its retrograde shadow. So here you see Venus at 22, 23. So technically it's 22 degrees, so we can back it up a little bit. But near the fixed star Arcturus and Spica. Jupiter will also trine Saturn retrograde. So an ability to maybe take action after we've reviewed our value system to bring about an authentic version of ourselves. The Venus retrograde is the cycle of that. It begins with it entering its shadow. We may have to start reviewing how we create inner harmony in relationship to external chaos. Now, as hopeful as I've been today about Pluto's reform cycle in its southern out of bounds declination, and the potential of Pluto not going out of bounds after that for another 3,000 years, we still have another decade of the reform cycle. And the reform cycle is not always easy. Revolutions are not always peaceful. Speaking truth to power and dismantling oppressive power structures can test your patience and your nervous system. And this, I think, is an opportunity to work on how do you bring your internal peace space, like we talked about with Rosie Finn's ability to be a peacemaker from the inside out. This is an opportunity for us to learn those skills with Venus retrograding all the way back to this degree eventually from Scorpio into the fall. So if there is chaos around you, and there will be, friends, there is right now. There's chaos around us right now in this moment. But with an election coming in the United States, the noise is going to get, and the rhetoric is going to get very loud. With the potential for leadership changes with the eclipse in the third decan of Leo, that could be very chaotic. You're going to have to learn to cultivate an internal experience of peace that is not dependent on your external circumstances. And this is what Venus is going to ask us to do through this retrograde cycle. How do you learn how to cultivate an inner experience of peace that you can then bring to your external chaos? Just like Devin, who's going to bring his Libra rising, beautiful Libra rising peacefulness to the chaos that is Burning Man, right? Like we were talking about earlier. And he's going to bring a vibe, right? So how do we do that? I've had to work on this. Look to the Libra area of your chart. I have Pluto in the third house in Libra, and I've had to work on this with my neighbors and my local experience of my environment. In the past, because of my sensitivity to sound and to changes in my environment that are out of my control, I've gotten very anxious and frustrated and upset when there was noise or when there was changes or when neighbors were doing something I didn't expect. I had a backhoe in my backyard the other day where a neighbor who was working on completely renovating a brick building behind me started tearing up concrete without any notice, and this backhoe was in my driveway making noise, and I'm like, oh, what the hell? And I had to cultivate my own inner peacefulness before I could have the conversation with him about it. Because my first reaction was, what the fuck? Fuck, this sucks. This is loud. This is stupid. I'm worried about my trees. You know what I mean? Like I just planted some trees. I have pawpaw trees back there that the concrete workers were throwing things on and smashing parts of. And I had to center myself before I talked to the owner so that I could have a productive conversation with him. And we were able to, and we did. And that's an example of the work that it takes to work on yourself first before you deal with a situation of chaos. If I'd come to him with my initial frustration, anger, and upset, it wouldn't have led to the type of understanding between us. I went back and I looked, before I had my conversation with him, I looked through my nonviolent communication where we observe what we hear. Here are the precepts, because I've been sharing this with everybody I know. And this is nothing new, friends. This is something that's been going on for these concepts have been active since this book was written in like the 70s. So this is from Marshall Rosenberg, right? The Marshall Rosenberg book. So the four precepts is observations, feelings, needs, and requests. Like instead of making saying, what the hell are you doing? You are screwing everything up. You observe what is happening without evaluating it. I say, I notice that there's a backhoe in my yard right now. I am observing that there was maybe a breakdown in communication about when this was going to happen, right? And then you state your feelings. Say, I felt very anxious because I didn't know what was happening, and I didn't feel like I had the time and space to prepare and protect my plants. And that made me feel in the moment very vulnerable and uncomfortable. And then you can state, I need in the future, I would like I need to feel safe. I need to know when things are happening in my environment so that I don't get blindsided. That's what I need. And then you request, would it be possible for us to, in the future, over communicate these issues rather than under communicate? Because then everyone will know and be able to prepare moving forward. And that was in real time. I had to go through those stages of nonviolent communication to try to get to and express my needs without perpetuating a conflict. And it's something that's very difficult to do, especially when you feel those feelings come up in you. So how do you practice that in situations that aren't as high stakes, when someone hasn't triggered your anger? How do you practice that in your everyday work? And this Venus retrograde and it entering its retrograde shadow is going to help with that. So let's see. Sirius is out of bounds. Means even more wild. Mars means even more wildfires. Yes, potentially. I would agree with that. Sirius for sure. More chaotic, violent things, and a forest fire being, or even more chaotic things that are creating destructiveness. Right, for sure. Kate says a bit of an audit of sorts, prep prior to engagement. Yes, exactly. Auditing your own feelings. How do we get in touch with what we're feeling before we engage in conflict? Sometimes what we express is not what we're feeling. When we're worried about somebody, if we're saying, "Where were you? Oh my God, why were you out so late?" or whatever. What you're really feeling is, "Oh my God, I was really worried about you." And like if you have a kid that comes back, like a teenager, Kate, like you're heading into the teen years, I think, right? And you're like, "Oh, I was worried about your safety." And could we communicate about this moving forward? Like, I want to know that you're safe, right? And instead of starting with "Oh my God, you did this or that," like I'm observing that we had a lack of communication around when you were going to be home. And that made me feel that you weren't safe, right? So these are the types of things where we really get in touch with what we're feeling before we communicate. And we have a little bit of distance between the event that triggers our emotions, understanding those feelings and what they're bringing up in us, and then communicating. There is not enough of a gap in our modern society, especially on the internet. We make instant reactions to things. We comment on things that don't involve us. We react like with anger, with negativity, before we understand all the facts, or our feelings around it. We do that before we even understand what we're feeling. And this is an opportunity for us to start to widen that gap between event, feeling, and reaction. And that can lead to better outcomes moving forward. Okay, that's the astrology of August, friends. Coming up in September, we have a new moon in Virgo, a full moon in Aries. Venus will move into Scorpio and prepare for its retrograde. Okay, so Venus is going to retrograde at 8 degrees of Scorpio on October the 3rd. It's going to go under the beams on the 14th of October at 6 degrees of Scorpio. It's going to make its Cazimi at 0 degrees of Scorpio on the 23rd of October. And then it'll emerge as a morning star at 25 Libra on November the 2nd. And then it'll station direct at 22 degrees of Libra on November the 13th. Okay, so that's the cycle of the cycle of Venus that we'll look at. I'll examine that more in the future. I just wanted to get those dates out there for you. Okay. Sun moves into Libra, into its fall, in the beginning of the fall equinox. We have Mercury moving through Libra and Scorpio in September. We have a Mars-Saturn square, okay, from Cancer to Aries. So that's our biggest, most challenging aspect for September. And then Mars will move into Leo. September seems I hate to say easier, but there is less consequential astrology in September than August. But the Mars Saturn thing is no joke, and it could take some skill to navigate. Okay, I do have an animal and an I-Ching for you. Okay, we have. Let's see. Kate says, "Yep, twins are 12 and Big Bro is 14." There you go. You're getting right into the heart of it, of the teenage experience, Kate. So the hexagram I have for you for August is really interesting. We have 57, gentle influence, changing to the dynamic, all right, which is creativity. It's very yang. Compliance, humility, gentleness, the penetrating wind, persistence. The Judgment says gentle influence, success in small matters. It is beneficial to have somewhere to go. It is beneficial to see a great person. The best way to affect a situation right now is through gentle, persistent action and subtle forms of influence. The text compares the right way of proceeding to that of the wind. A mild breeze seems inconspicuous, but it can penetrate everywhere. Its effects are gradual, but are considerable over time. It is delightful and unassuming. Therefore, it is not feared or resisted, but is gladly and gratefully accepted. And because it is accepted, it has influence. The key is to be both gentle and persistent. A violent or forceful approach will be counterproductive and meet with a rebuff, but a gentle approach will be more readily received, and if you are persistent, will eventually have the right effect. Okay? So this is understanding that sometimes we can't make a big bombastic display, that sometimes we have to talk about something and show up consistently and do small actions over time, which is very Virgoian, right? We have two changing lines. The first changing line says, advancing and retreating. It is beneficial to persevere like a warrior. Jack Balkin, in Laws of Change, says, indecisiveness and vacillation will achieve nothing now. You must approach matters with a more disciplined attitude. Don't let yourself be controlled by your doubts and your fears. Decide what the right course of action is and see it through. Adopt the military virtues of courage, determination, and self-discipline if you want to succeed. He goes on to say, in the fourth changing line, regrets vanish. Regrets vanish. During the hunt, 3 kinds of game are caught. Regrets vanish means that one should have no concerns or doubts about going forward. To capture 3 kinds of game in a single outing means that the hunt was especially successful. It is time to take the initiative. Acting energetically and decisively will produce great success. You have prepared well and accumulated the necessary ability and experience. Put it to good use now. Follow through on what you start and enlist all of your efforts at doing the best job you can. Be modest and steadfast in your efforts. If you confront your adversaries with industry and determination, you need have no concerns. You will get everything that you need. This is changing to the hexagram number 1, the dynamic, activity, creativity, dynamic force, assertion, strength, decisiveness. Moving forward, it says, heaven moves constantly. Thus, the superior person strengthens himself without pause. Heaven moves constantly refers to the doubling of the trigram Qian, Qian, or heaven, symbolizing the movement of heaven from one day to the next. Just as time moves forward ceaselessly at a constant pace, and the sky moves without slackening or pausing as the earth spins on its axis, you should make progress continuously. This is a time of great opportunity and abundant energy. You can make the best use of it by following a few simple principles. First, employ your energy wisely. Decide what your priorities are and don't waste your resources by aimlessly chasing after too many different things. Second, your energy is only as valuable as the goals you pursue. You will have to, if you devote yourself to positive ends, you will have considerable influence. Other people will look up to you and follow you. On the other hand, if you use your energy for selfish or improper purposes, you will merely spread chaos and conflict. Third, do not be arrogant or throw your weight around because things are going well. Remember, this is like the test of success with Jupiter and the Sun moving through Leo too. Okay. Let's see. Be kind. Listen to people. Be kind, tolerant, and willing to cooperate. If other people are on your side, your opportunities for progress will increase. Fourth, work on developing your talents and acquiring endurance. Virgo 1, right? This will help you take advantage of the good times while they last and help prolong them into the future. And fifth, work steadily and continuously until you have achieved your goals. The text compares how you should behave to the movement of the heavens around the earth. The motion is completely natural, ceaseless, and unforced, yet nothing is more powerful and enduring. It's good advice. Sounds very Leo into Virgo. All right, I have one more thing for you. Selenia's Gateway says, what method do you use to get the I-Ching? I have an app on my phone. It's called I-Ching. And I don't know, I've been using it for over a decade. It's spelled Y-I-J-I-N-G. And the cool thing about it, I use the coin method. There's different methods for casting the hexagram. The cool thing about this is that it offers in the app libraries of a number of different interpretations. So I can go through and I can look at Jack Balkin's Laws of Change. The entire book is in the app. I can look at multiple sources and see different interpretations of different I-Ching source books, which I find very valuable as a Venus and Virgo native, or Venus and Gemini native, excuse me, and a Jupiter Virgo. I like being able to see multiple perspectives, and that helps me glean the essence of it. Devin says, I use the 18 coin method with my AA coin. Oh, that's cool. I have Jack's book because of you. Good, good. Jack Balkin is really great. That's probably my favorite book, The Laws of Change. He's a Yale professor, a law professor, which is appropriate because the law of change is about, it was about laws in ancient Chinese civilizations. So it's really a powerful, powerful book. One of my favorites. My first book was the Illustrated I-Ching by R.L. Wing, and that was a really cool one too, but I mostly use Jack Balkin's interpretations now. Okay. Look at this guy. I've got an animal for you. It's the ferret. Look at this cute little guy. This is our animal guide for the month of August. And I will read to you from my favorite animal book, Animal Frequency by Melissa Alvarez. I started off reading from Ted Andrews' Animal Speak and his series of books. But I really like this particular book as an oracle. It just gives you more practical things. Ted Andrews is good, really good. There wouldn't be a Melissa Alvarez without a Ted Andrews. They even look similar. But Melissa Alvarez does a little bit better job of contextualizing meaning rather than getting lost in the animal's habitat details type of thing. Ferret symbolizes the fierce nature of the hunter and the wisdom of the universe. While ferret is quick to defend itself with a strong bite, it also serves as a messenger for and connection to universal knowledge. Ferret is a great investigator that usually has a pleasant disposition unless it is hunting or feels threatened, and then it can deliver a nasty bite. This suits you well in business because you're a leader who can develop ingenious plans to help beat the competition or to fight back if needed. This animal has a talent for being alert, awareness, curiosity, drive, excitement, fearlessness, focus, growth, intelligence, intuition, inventiveness, leadership, motivation, opportunistic, optimistic, playful, popular, quickness, renewal, sensitivity, silent observation, stealth, and strength. And his challenges around anxiety, exhaustion, ferociousness, overly focused, secretive, thievery, too intense, tunnel vision, vicious, worrywart. Sounds like some of the pros and cons of Virgo energy, if you're asking me. When ferret appears, it means to look for hidden meanings. This is a time for emotional and spiritual growth, to trust your instincts, and to delve into new and unexplored territory. Working through emotions can be difficult, but ferret gives you the intuitive insight to get to the root of problems as you lift layer upon layer of emotions away to get to the cause. You're highly motivated to make changes in your life at this time, and ferret will push, pull, and snap at your heels to get you there, acting as your guardian along the way. Ferret also means that you're coming into a time of financial growth. If you've been thinking about starting or expanding a business, this is a good time to move forward. The work that you put in now will bring success and financial rewards. Ferret encourages you to trust your vision and sense of smell. When something looks and smells good, then go for it. But if it appears that all is not as it seems or smells off to you, then look closer for hidden agendas and steer clear. Ferret reminds you to remember to have a good sense of humor. Laughter and smiling will cheer up the dullest of moods and bring joy and happiness. This animal will assist you when you need to be more energized and outgoing. If you feel gloomy and down in the dumps or can't get motivated to move, Ferret can push away those negative feelings, recharge you with positivity, and get you up and out the door. If you need to do any kind of research, Ferret can help you to find interesting details that others don't usually uncover. Its ability to get into the small spaces has you looking in between the lines for hidden information. Ferret is independent, brave, and unafraid to be alone. So if you're going to be yourself, ask Ferret to guide you. It can show you when to be quiet, secretive, playful, focused, or aggressive. When you're always well prepared, Ferret means to stop while you're always well prepared. Ferret means to stock up on supplies and food now because they will be needed in the near future. It is essential for Ferret to have a safe home that is its own. Take time now to add your unique flair to your home so you'll feel warm, cozy, and safe inside. All right. So nipping at the heels to get moving, right? Maybe sometimes we have to do some things in secret, but become a good researcher. Be prepared. Try to focus on the important details, but don't get overly focused on details that aren't important for your life moving forward. All things that can be, they're very flexible too. They're very bendy. If you've ever held a ferret, they smell kind of funny, but they're really bendy and they're really they got a lot of energy, right? So how can we be energetic, but flexible with that energy and do the work necessary to move us forward into the next chapter of our lives and hopefully into the new reality that will end the cycle of exploitative power in our lifetimes, potentially? Sounds pretty good to me. Okay, that's what I've got for you, friends. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. We have gone on an epic journey. I know it was long, but there was a lot of astrology to cover. Thanks for sticking with me. You all are amazing. Appreciate you. Natalia says we should try and match decans with animals, or maybe that's been done already. That's an interesting exercise. I'd be curious to try that. That's a good idea. Kate says, wonderful, Spencer. Thank you, Kate. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, everyone, for your wisdom today and for being with us today. It's always a pleasure. Taku, thank you, friends. Appreciate you. Hope everything's going well your way. Karen says, wow, thank you so much. Appreciate you, Karen. Hope that we'll be getting out a Third Coast Mojo oil for you in the next little bit here. So I hope that the magic will serve you well, and appreciate you being part of this community. Remember, friends, take some time to create some space between whatever you're experiencing, whatever you're feeling about it, and then how you engage with it. Default to kindness and forgiveness. Default to kindness and forgiveness for yourself as well as for others. Speak up for the vulnerable people in your community, but punch up, okay? Speak truth to power and systems rather than just, getting in beefs with individuals, especially ones that are victims of the same power structures that you might be. Go forward with peace in your heart, and that will help you to weather some of the chaos in your external environment. And there's lots of ways to cultivate that. That is something that's within your control. When we feel powerless and we feel out of control, we think we have to change something externally. And we can, but it starts with settling the waters, settling yourself first. And sometimes that just takes time and space. So give yourself time and space, give others time and space around you, and viva la revolution, right? Let's see if we can go into this period of reform and create the world we want to see around us. And the world I want to see around us is one of fairness, equality, peace, beauty, everybody having everything that they need. One person's benefit, not exploiting someone else, that we can share in reciprocity and cycles of gift and in cycles of peace and respect for this beautiful planet that we all inhabit. So thanks again for being here with me today. Love all these beautiful comments. Devin says Animal Totem Tarot has done the deck into animal because the whole deck is just animals. Oh, that's cool. I'd like to check that out. The Wild Way Tarot has done that with animals. This is who is this person? Oh my God, I'm forgetting her name right now. Well, The Wild Way, check her out. Nikolai Allen. She's Scottish. She just did a Kickstarter for another deck that's really cool. Devin says, love you, Spencer, and thank you. Love you too, bud. Be safe if you're going out to Burning Man. Okay. Karen says, thank you, and Tanya, for all you do. Thank you, friend, for being a valuable member of this community here and always bringing light to the comment section here, Karen. Natalia says, thank you, Spencer. It was so great to finally talk to you in person. Nice to meet everyone else here too. Thanks for being part of the community, and keep doing the good work that you're doing, and keep us informed with the unique spaces that you inhabit in the world too. It really is valuable for us to have someone there who is experiencing those things firsthand. Thank you, Imagari. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Thank you for being here and for your contributions in the chat today. Kate, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, friends. Okay, we'll see you the next time. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to one another. And hopefully we'll see you next week. Peace.